tattoo back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in check. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the free. We the California's rolling deep all night. Four corners, one crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. Four names, one flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big, you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing, got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah. Junkie, 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 junkie,
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock,
junkie, 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 junkie,
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost links to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, we stay in the mix. Four names, one flame, can't remix this.
Okay, guys, so we are in Hawaii. Everybody got on they ready for the aloha. So I am going to be playing it on 1.25 just so we can kind of get in to the day. I can tell y'all now, like the first testimony is from a well, y'all see it. I ain't got to tell y'all because we in here, but let's get it going and see what we got in regards to our guy, Jared. I wish they would have, they don't have closed caption.
Joe Lerner for the state, also President Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Carson. Good morning, Mr. Barnes. Good morning, Mr. Carr. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Marital Dirks on behalf of Gerhard Konig, who is present.
Good morning, Mr. Otake. Good morning, Mr. Dirks. Good morning, Dr. Konig. Good morning, Your Honor. Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. We will, I believe, continue on with the presentation of evidence in this case. Mr. Otake, you indicated the defendant wishes to present evidence in this case. You will call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call to the stand Mr. John Charles Bustler II. And I think Mr. Dirks is grabbing him. And then she's gonna, okay.
Raise your right hand, please.
You just solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Please have a seat. Mr. Otake, whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning, sir. If you could please state your full name for the jury and for the record.
John Charles Bustler II. I go by Chuck.
You go by Chuck? Is
Yeah.
it okay if I call you Chuck?
Yeah.
Okay, Chuck, are you associated with a restaurant called Fett here in Honolulu?
Yes, I'm the owner.
You're the owner.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us, well, first of all, is it F-E-T-E? Is that how you spell it?
Yes, this first E has a circumflex over it.
Okay.
So-
But it's pronounced
Fett.
Fett. And tell the jury, what kind of restaurant is Fett and where is it located?
It's in Chinatown, New Onuan Hotel. It's farm to table, New American. My wife is also the chef there. She's the Hawaiian chef who won the James Beard Award 3 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. So you guys are a pretty popular restaurant, award-winning restaurant.
Yes.
And your wife, what's your wife's name?
Robin Mai.
And she won the James Beard Award.
Yes.
Okay, pretty popular place nowadays.
We're doing all right.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Sir, in the course of your business, do you keep records of reservations?
Yes. So we use a platform called Open Table, which if you've been out to eat, there's probably one of two platforms you use most. That's the largest in the world. So that integrates with a lot of our systems, including our point of sale system as well.
And did you receive a subpoena from my office in this case for reservation records for the night of March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
With what has been marked as Defense 137. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you this. Is that the reservation record from your restaurant from March 24th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the reservation records you turned over to us?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, in looking at, well, why don't we publish it, Mr. Darks, please?
No, nothing happens.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. We've moved D137 and offered D137 into evidence.
Mr. Carter? No objection. Was the mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D137 is received as evidence?
Okay, could we please publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Mr. Darks, can you blow up the partition there? Okay. Let's blow up why don't you, can you blow up the whole line? Or no? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you see at 6:30 p.m. on March 24th, 2025, was there a reservation for Gerhard Konig for 2?
Yes.
Okay, and that was made through this platform prior to that night, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it turned out it was a no-show according to your records, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Okay, sir, thank you very much for coming down here this morning. That's all the questions I have for you.
Okay.
You want this? Mr. Carter, any cross-examination?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Hi.
You said that the program or software that your restaurant uses is called Open Table. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that was a kind of industry-leading software for getting reservations.
Yes.
Okay. How does a person make a reservation on Open Table?
A few different ways. They can either call in and we make it for them and we program it in or we schedule it in, or they can do it online through either the app or the website.
Do you know how the reservation was made with regard to this case?
From your document, I don't see that, but I can look on real quick and I can tell you if it's made either through calling us, because it'll say in-house call, or if it was made digitally through a website.
So could I bring you the exhibit then that we've just shown you?
Sure.
And would that tell you?
Sure. Let me double check. Yeah.
I'll approach with Defense 137, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it does say it. So this says we made it through our network. That means that they called in.
Okay, so it was a phone call reservation.
A phone call or somebody stopped by and like talk to somebody at the front or something like that.
So essentially an in-house reservation.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. No, that means the phone in-house is that one. Your network means it came through our website linked to Open Table. That's what that means.
Got it. Okay, and I'm going to leave the exhibit up there with you just in case I have more questions about it. Okay.
Okay.
So then, looking at this, your business record, that means that the reservation that we're talking about here today for Gerhard Konig was made.
That'll say your network. And the reason why it distinguishes that is we're charged a different amount. Your network, we're not charged. The other one is a random search and they see that as marketing.
Got it. Okay. And again, just sorry to keep clarifying this. So the reservation for Gerhard Konig was, quote, your network. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. That means that the person who made that reservation would have gone onto the website for FET. Is that right?
It has to be affiliated somehow with FET. Yes.
Okay. How does somebody make that reservation through your website? What sort of information do they have to fill out?
Let's say you are looking, you want to go to FET. You're like, oh, how do I make a reservation? Different people use different reservation systems. They click on our website. If you are on our cell phone version of the website, it'll say book now or make reservation or something like that. If you're on the desktop version, it has a button in a different place. But basically, they both say make a reservation.
I'm really getting at here, sir, is it's easy to make a reservation, right?
Yes.
You want it to be easy for customers to make reservations so that you can get more business, right?
Yes.
Okay. It only takes a couple minutes to make a reservation, right?
Yeah. I mean, as long as you know how to use a computer. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And what is your cancellation policy?
We don't have one.
You don't have one?
No.
Okay. Does this reservation system you have send any confirmation texts or emails on the day of?
It sends a confirmation email, I believe the day before, and a confirmation text either the day before or day of, depending on how far in advance it is. And then it sends a reminder. And then for us, if somebody's running late, then we can actually manually send your table is ready quote to them.
Okay. Right. I know you said you don't have a cancellation policy. Just to be clear, there's no like, you know, you got to pay $50 if you cancel?
No, we don't charge anybody to make a reservation. I hate that personally. I like people to want to come to our restaurant, and I feel like they're penalized if something comes up at the last minute, because it does happen all the time.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions, sir.
Sure.
No further questions.
Just very brief follow-up. Sir, Mr. Gardner, the prosecutor, was asking about how it's pretty easy to make reservations and how that takes, you can do it pretty quickly. When we were talking this morning, when you got here, were you able to determine when this reservation was made?
Yes,
And was it, I think you told me it was like March 18th or something like that?
it was a week before.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, sir.
Any requests?
No, thank you.
Mr. Russell, thank you very much for being here.
Okay, thank you.
What's your first step?
Okay, thank you. You can go. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Konig, I'll just.
Does the defense wish to present any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we will call Dr. Jonathan Arden to the stand.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record and for the jury?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Arden, Arden.
Dr. Arden, are you a medical doctor?
I am
Where do you reside?
in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
I'm going to walk through a little bit of your experience and qualifications for a few minutes, sir. Where did you go to medical school?
I attended and graduated from the University of Michigan Medical School. I graduated in 1980.
1980. Did you do a residency after graduating?
I did 2 residencies, actually.
In what field?
The first was a 3-year program in anatomic pathology at the New York University Medical Center in New York City. And the second was a 1-year program in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland.
I'm going to take those one at a time. Could you tell the jury, please, what is anatomic pathology?
To begin, the field of pathology in general is the medical specialty that studies the changes in the form or function of the human body or its components. And by changes, I'm talking about the effects of disease or injury. Anatomic pathology is the medical specialty that studies the changes of the anatomy, the structures of the body. And that includes things that you can see with the naked eye, hold in your hands, and some things that require a microscope to be examined. Forensic, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so that's anatomic pathology. Yes. And you did a residency in that, is that right?
I did.
And then what is forensic pathology?
Yes, forensic pathology takes the broad background of general medicine and anatomic pathology, and then applies it primarily to the investigation and certification of certain types of deaths. Forensic pathology mostly studies deaths that occur either by violence, meaning any kind of death caused by an injury, and also deaths that occur suddenly and unexpectedly, so people who die in public, outside of medical care, that kind of thing.
Okay. Are you board certified in any fields of medicine?
I am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in both anatomic and forensic pathology.
How long have you been board certified in those fields?
Since 1985.
And you've been board certified consistently since then?
Yes, I have.
So that's
40
years.
Yeah, about 41 years, yes.
Okay. Are you currently licensed to practice medicine in any states?
I am.
How many?
I'm currently licensed to practice medicine in 5 states, those being Florida, West Virginia, Maryland, and New York. My New York license, to be technical, is in an inactive status, but legally I'm still licensed.
Okay. Have you practiced medicine in the field of forensic pathology for the last 40 years?
Yes, I'm going on about 42 years of practicing forensic pathology.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned forensic pathology often dealing with people who have passed away. Is part of your practice as well as a forensic pathologist evaluating injuries for people who lived?
Yes, although the vast majority of the practice of forensic pathology involves figuring out how and why people died under those circumstances, forensic pathology is the only medical specialty that routinely deals with injury analysis, trying to assess injuries for how they occurred, sometimes issues like how old they are, what effects they have on people, because in order to figure out if a person died from injuries, you have to be able to analyze and determine what the effects of those injuries are on the person while alive to figure out did they or did they not explain the death. So injury analysis in living people is part of what forensic pathology does, although in fairness, it's a much smaller component. Most forensic pathologists spend most of their time dealing with death cases, as do I. But many of us and many government offices of forensic pathology do apply that expertise to injuries in living people.
Okay. You talked about 40 years of practicing medicine. For the first 20 years or so, what did you generally do for the first 20 years of your practice?
The first 20 years of my career after training, I served as a government employed full-time medical examiner in 4 different offices. I was in an office in Suffolk County, Long Island, New York for a little less than 2 years. I served in the medical examiner's office in Delaware for 3 years. I then spent 9 years in the office of chief medical examiner for the city of New York, where I rose through various titles. And actually for the majority of that time, I was either the first deputy chief medical examiner, the second in command to that system, or actually for a few years before I got the title officially, I was acting in that position. So I spent 9 years in New York City, and then I was the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. for about 5.5 years.
Okay. I want to ask you about your work for the government. During those years you just mentioned and in those positions, would you have to testify in court?
Yes, actually, especially in the latter 2 positions, quite frequently.
And in those positions and when you would testify in court, was it typically for the prosecution?
Yes, during the 20 years of government service, almost every time I appeared in court, I was called by the prosecution in criminal matters.
Okay. Now, after that, did you at some point start something called Arden Forensics?
Yes, I did.
And tell the jury, what is that?
After 20 years of full-time government service, I then pretty much went out on my own, and I now have a consulting practice in forensic pathology and medicine, the kind of work that brings me here today. And for most of that's been now, we're getting to about 22 years. It's been under my corporate name of Arden Forensics. So that Arden Forensics is my consulting practice in forensics.
Okay. And in your consulting practice, providing, consultation and opinions in cases, roughly how many times have you served as an expert witness?
Well, I know I've been under oath, whether it's in trial, grand jury, deposition, hearings, well over 900 times in my career.
Okay.
That includes both the government service and the consulting years.
Have you been qualified as an expert in state courts across the country?
I have.
Roughly, a lot or?
I've lost track, somewhere around 25 or 30 states, federal courts around the country, several military courts martial.
Okay. Now, even now in private practice, do you at times testify for the prosecution?
Yes, in the criminal consulting aspect, most of the work is for defense counsel because the prosecutors generally have the medical examiner. I do get consulted occasionally by prosecutors and then occasionally asked to testify. As recently as last month, I was called to the stand by the prosecution in the city of Portsmouth, Virginia. That prosecuting office has hired me for review of a series of older cases, several of which have now resulted in testimonial appearances, including one last month.
And are you part-time? Do you have a part-time appointment with any state agencies right now?
I do. I have a part-time appointment as a forensic pathologist for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of West Virginia. And it's a very small part of what I do, but it is still an active appointment.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I move to qualify Dr. Arden as an expert in the medical field of forensic pathology with the emphasis on providing injury assessments of the living.
Mr. Arden. Please.
Dr. Arden, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, I want to ask a couple follow-up questions about the qualifications you were just talking about, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said that you primarily deal with death cases. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell us, percentage-wise, how many cases, what percentage of cases do you deal with that involve death investigations?
I don't have an exact number for you. It's a very high percentage. I mean, the death cases, both as a medical examiner in my career and as a consultant, somewhere in the high 90s in the percentage.
Okay, so high 90s percentage for cases involving death.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, that means very low percentage of cases involving investigating an injury for a surviving person. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the second thing I wanted to ask, you were asked about your move to consulting, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And since you moved to consulting, you testified that you primarily testify for the defense. Is that right?
Your Honor, this isn't voir dire, this is cross. So it's not to his expertise in the field of medicine. This should be handled on cross-examination.
Well,
Can we approach?
Dr. Arden, just to take a step back. You were asked to speak about your qualifications a couple minutes ago. Is that right?
yes, sir.
And during that time, you were asked to speak about how much time you've testified for the prosecution and how much time you prosecute, or how much you testify for the defense. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry for stumbling. So, and you were asked about your transition from government work to consulting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then since you've transitioned to the consulting being your primary practice, you testify primarily for the defense. Is that right?
In half of my consulting. What didn't come out in the prior question is that my consulting work is split about 50-50 between civil and criminal work. So in the criminal side, half of my consulting work, I testify mostly, almost entirely, to be honest, for the defense, because that's who needs to hire me most of the time. So yes, within that half of my consulting work, the vast majority is defense, not prosecution.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Arden. With regards to this witness's qualifications to provide opinion testimony, the state has no further questions and no objections.
Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Arden will be allowed to provide opinion testimony in the field of medicine with the specialties in anatomical and forensic pathology. Continue.
So Dr. Arden, when you just said that you testify primarily for the defense in criminal cases nowadays because that's who needs to hire you, do you mean that's because the prosecution typically has their own medical examiners, experts to work with them?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And for 20 years of your life and your career, that's what you did. You testified for the prosecution almost exclusively, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you say that, 90 whatever percent of your work through the years has been on death cases, you explained that part of evaluating a death case is having to understand and know about how injuries affect the living, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, Dr. Arden, in your consulting work, you obviously charge for your time to review materials and provide opinions, yes?
I do.
Does that fact that you're being paid affect your medical opinions?
No, my opinions are what they are, and they're based on the facts. They're based on sound medicine and science, and I will reach the same opinion no matter who hires me. I mean, my opinions weren't altered when I was being paid by the government either.
Okay. And do you often tell a party that is, either hired you or looking to hire you, do you often tell a party that you cannot provide the opinions they're looking for?
Oh, on many, many occasions. Many consultations in my field result in opinions that don't support the side that hired me. My role is to try to help them as best I can, but again, strictly based on the facts and good medicine. So if the facts and the medicine are against them, I can advise them. I can help them deal with that, but I can't offer them an opinion that they want to put on the stand, for instance.
And you are getting paid by the defense in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in fact, over the last 20 years, you provided opinion and testimony in one other case that I was working on, correct?
That's correct. That's about 10 years ago.
Dr. Arden, when I reached out to you in this case, what were you asked to do?
When you reached out to me for this case, I was asked to assess the injuries that Ms. Konig had and to compare them to the accounts, excuse me, of how the injuries occurred, and to determine the nature and severity of those injuries and whether they did or did not match the accounts for how they occurred.
In order to help you do that, did you review certain materials?
I did.
By the way, did you prepare a report in this case?
I did.
And are all the opinions that you're giving today and you gave in your report given to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask you what you reviewed. Would it be helpful to see the list included in your report?
It would.
This is his report, which is Exhibit D85. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. Okay, I'm handing you D85, which is this your report, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
And is I think on one of the pages, does it have the materials you reviewed?
Yes, on page 2 of the report, it does include the list of materials I've reviewed.
Okay, could you please let the jury know what you reviewed in this case before rendering your opinions?
Yes, first of all, I reviewed various documents from the Honolulu Police Department. Those included statements and documents related to statements from a Sarah Buxbaum, an Amanda Morris, a statement of Ariel Konig. I then was also provided the transcript, the written transcript of recorded interviews of Ms. Konig. There were 4 of those at different dates. Also provided photographs of Ms. Konig and Dr. Konig and the scene and some of the evidence. And then there's a physician's report that was filled out by 2 of the physicians at the Queens Medical Center. That's actually a police document. There was also an investigation report from the prosecutor's office here. And then there were medical records for Ms. Konig, first from the Queens Medical Center, and then from her primary physician, that was the Kaiser Permanente physician. And then finally, I was provided a transcript of the grand jury proceedings.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll just leave a report. Is it okay if I leave the report up there with him, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. So getting into your opinions in this case, Doctor, I want to ask you a few questions. You saw in the documentation and you referenced in your report that Ms. Konig had a stellate laceration to her scalp. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you some general questions about stellate scalp lacerations first and then get into the specifics of the injury, okay?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, one of the things you note in your report is that scalp lacerations are notorious for substantial bleeding. Can you explain this to the jury and why that is the case and what you mean by scalp lacerations are notorious for substantial bleeding?
Yes, to begin with, just in case terms have not been properly defined, laceration, by its very definition, is a blunt impact injury in which, by the nature of the impact, their soft tissue gets torn or split open. So a scalp laceration is therefore a laceration of the scalp on the head. Now, you ask about the excessive bleeding. The scalp tissue is what we call, in medical terminology, highly vascularized.
What do you mean by that? Highly vascular.
Excuse me, that's fancy language for it has a great deal of blood supply. So if you damage the scalp tissue, which has a great deal of blood supply, it will bleed excessively. In fact, scalp lacerations are notorious for bleeding tremendously. This is, excuse me, something that's even for many people common knowledge, that if you get an impact to your head, if you split open the scalp, even a small laceration tends to bleed tremendously, and sometimes it looks pretty horrific.
I know you have a cough.
Yes, thank you
so much. I'm going to hand you this water.
Thank you. My apologies. I've been fighting a sinus and bronchitis thing for a while.
Okay. Given what you just described about scalp lacerations being kind of notorious for substantial bleeding, my next question is the amount of blood from a scalp laceration a good indicator of how serious the injury medically is?
No. And in fact, that's exactly the point when I talk about excessive bleeding, even from a small scalp laceration, namely that if a small one will bleed tremendously and there'll be blood on the head and running down the face, and it looks horrible, to put it simply. That doesn't mean that that is a serious injury. It doesn't mean that there's anything life-threatening about that injury per se. It's an artifact of the fact that those scalp lacerations are known to bleed so excessively.
Okay. For example, let's pull up S15 if we can, Mr. Dirks. This is a photograph and evidence, and you see how, doctor, there's a lot of blood. It looks horrible.
It does.
Again, in this case, when you saw the photographs, but then also reviewed the medical records and, particularly, the information provided by Dr. Grosjean and Dr. Whitney and the Queen's medical staff. In this case, after you saw the bloody photos, in your opinion, does the amount of blood in this case accurately convey how serious the injury is medically?
No, in my opinion, it definitely does not accurately convey the severity or the seriousness of that injury.
Okay, thank you. We're going to get into that a little more in a second, but generally speaking, what is a stellate laceration?
Stellate is an anatomical term that describes the configuration of certain injuries. And the word stellate means star shape. So you can see this with some lacerations. Just as an aside, it's not related to this case, you can see this with certain kinds of gunshot wounds where you have, instead of a very simple laceration, which will look like a line, it's a line of interruption of the tissue or splitting the tissue. Instead of that, the stellate laceration looks star-shaped. So it will have limbs of laceration extending in multiple different directions from the center.
Okay. You had a chance to see the photographs of Miss Konig's scalp laceration, correct?
I did.
And did you also review the available medical records that was provided by the state to us?
Yes, sir.
Now, two Queen's doctors testified and also filled out an HPD form, Honolulu Police Department form, that Ms. Konig's scalp injuries in this case did not create a substantial risk of death and did not rise to the level of serious bodily injury. Do you, after your review, doctor, in your opinion, do you agree with the Queen's doctors in that regard?
I do, very much so.
And can you please explain why you believe that her scalp injury did not create a substantial risk of death and did not rise to the level of serious bodily injury?
Well, the first question is the easier one because it's very straightforward. The scalp laceration that she had, even though it was stellate, even though it was fairly large in comparison to the front left side of her head where it was, only injured soft tissue. You think about the anatomy of the head, the scalp is basically a specialized form of skin and the tissue beneath it. Then you have the skull bone, and inside the cranial cavity formed by the skull bone, you have the brain. And in her case, the medical records demonstrated quite clearly that all of the injury was to the scalp itself.
You meaning the soft tissues?
Exactly, the skin and the tissue underneath it. We all have a layer of a fatty type tissue called subcutaneous tissue. Subcutaneous means under the skin. So the scalp is both of those, the skin and the subcutaneous, and that's all that was injured. The bone wasn't fractured, the brain wasn't injured, there was no bleeding around the brain, anything like that. So simply having a soft tissue injury that requires cleaning out and sewing up is not a life-threatening injury.
Okay. Next, and again, you agree with the Queen's doctors when they checked off the part about it didn't rise to the level of serious bodily injury, correct?
Right, because you'll see in that form, the questions about the serious bodily injury had to do with prolonged or permanent disfigurement, prolonged or permanent loss of function of part of your body, and a soft tissue laceration, even a big one, doesn't cause any of those things.
Okay.
So it didn't rise to that level.
Now, doctor, the Queen's doctors also both checked off the box that said she did not have a serious concussion. Did you also agree with that?
I did.
Now, doctor, were you also asked to provide opinions as to whether Ms. Konig's injuries were consistent with what she reported?
Yes, I did arrive at such opinions.
And did you review her multiple statements given to the police to do so?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the grand jury and things like that, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, in those statements, you noted she reported that she was hit with a rock up to 10 times, and at times she said full blast, 100% of his power, all over her head. As an expert in the field of forensic pathology, in your opinion, were her injuries consistent with her statement that she was hit up to 10 times full blast with 100% of his power?
No, sir, they were not.
And why not?
Well, several reasons. First of all, the injury she has is largely localized. It may be stellate, but it's still largely localized. Almost all of the impact injury she has is localized to one area of the head. So it's not consistent with all over the head. Frankly, it's also not consistent with likely being up to or around 10 impacts. It's consistent with fewer impacts. And the other thing is the part of the element in your question about full blast, using all of his strength with the rock. That would very likely result in more severe injury.
Okay.
It would likely result in skull fracture. It would likely result in bleeding around the brain or brain injury itself.
Okay. Now, you indicated, not consistent with, up to or close to 10 blows. In your report, did you say that, you say in your report that your opinion is that it reflects several impacts at most. If you can explain what you meant by that.
Yes. What I intended to convey with that wording of several impacts is that, in my opinion, that stellate laceration is most consistent with being approximately 2 to 3 impacts with the rock.
Okay. So possibly 2,
Yes?
but to be fair, you indicated that looking at it possibly could be 3, right?
Yes. My best estimate is approximately 2 to 3 as being most likely.
Okay, thank you. And that's after looking at her statement. I mean, that's actually after studying the photographs and whatnot, yes?
Correct.
In the statements that you were provided, did you see where Ms. Konig was telling the detective that her back of the head was being bashed against the ground?
Yes, she did state that.
And did you find any injuries to be consistent with that statement?
No. She had said being grabbed by the hair and having her head bashed into the ground, the back of her head. There's no description of any injury to the back of her head in the medical records, nor were there any brain injuries. There's a particular pattern of brain injuries that could occur if the moving head strikes the stationary ground, such as being bashed into the ground that way. And she didn't have any of those either.
Okay. And to be fair, I should ask this earlier. I mean, to be fair, it was a complex laceration on her scalp. Yes.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned in your report an injury to her eye, and I want to ask you about. You made some comments about her eye injury. Are the orbital bones around the eye thin and fragile?
Some of them are. The orbit is the eye socket, and some of the bones that form the eye socket, especially the roof of the eye socket, as we call it, those are very thin, fragile bones that can be easily broken.
Okay. All right, doctor. Have all the opinions you've given today been given to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, take just a moment to set up.
I'm sorry. I had one last question. I apologize. I meant to ask you this. I missed it. You reviewed the Queen's HPD report and from the 2 doctors, yes?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe generally your opinions are pretty much consistent with what the Queen's treating doctor said?
Yes, my opinions are consistent with their opinions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Martin.
Okay, I'll still take just a moment.
Take your time.
Dr. Arden, before I start with the questions in my cross-examination, I'm going to hand you a binder with several exhibits, including your report, your CV, the medical documents, the transcripts that you said you reviewed. So I'm going to approach you with that now, and previously shown to defense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you turn it off? That's still on. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. Ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning again, Dr. Arden.
Morning, sir.
Right. I want to follow up on a couple of things. But before I get further into your opinion, can I go over some stats with you? And this is from your CV.
Sure.
You said you've been an MD since 1980, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And after you got your MD, you became a resident in anatomic pathology first, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then a resident in forensic pathology, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you worked full-time for the government, for various agencies in different states as a forensic pathologist from 1984 to 2003, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In 2004, you began to consult in forensic pathology, is that right?
I did. Actually, to be clear, I had done some consulting work in the years before that, but that's when I began basically trying to make a full-time job out of consulting.
Got it. And that's when you did that transition from government work to the consulting work, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the same transition that took you, at least in the criminal context, from the state to the defense. Is that right?
In terms of who primarily called me to the stand, yes, sir.
And although you began the consulting in 2004, a little bit earlier, you founded your company, Arden Forensics, in 2006. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you've been running this company for 20 years now, right?
That's correct.
And as you just said, consulting through Arden Forensics is primarily how you make your living now. Is that right?
That's true.
Here's the stats part, Dr. Arden. Approximately how many death investigations have you conducted in your career?
There's no way I can give you an accurate answer on a number. I have consulted on probably a few thousand cases in my day, roughly, and I was involved in as a government medical examiner. I personally performed around 3,000 autopsies. I performed external examinations without full autopsies on roughly another 500 deaths. And I participated in many thousands of other death investigations as a supervisor and as a medical examiner. So it's been many thousands, but I couldn't put a real number on that.
Okay. And all I'm asking for is your best estimate. So if the best estimate is several thousands, that's okay, okay?
Sure.
Approximately how many consultations have you taken in the criminal field since 2004? And again, just estimate, please.
I don't keep these statistics, certainly not in my head. Again, if I've consulted on at least 1,000 and probably closer to 2,000 cases since 2004, somewhere in the neighborhood of half of them have been criminal cases.
Okay, thank you for estimating as best you can. I'm afraid I'm going to ask you more and for more estimations. In your entire career, can you estimate how many police reports you've reviewed?
No, too many to count.
Too many to count. So more than the several thousand death investigations?
Yes, I've reviewed so many police reports, I couldn't put a number on it.
More than 10,000?
I have no idea. It's more than a few thousand.
Okay, similar question, and I'm probably gonna get the same answer, but I want to ask it anyway. Over your career, can you estimate how many medical records you've reviewed?
You're correct. It's the same answer.
More than you can count.
It's been thousands. I don't know how many.
And as a consultant since 2004, approximately how many reports have you written?
I have no idea. Many of my cases do not require reports. A fair percentage of them do as a consultant. I don't keep track of that.
Okay. And from your CV, as well as the report you prepared in this case, you stated that you've testified over 900 times. Is that correct?
Yes, and I stopped updating that number some years ago.
Your CV was from January 2025, is that right?
Yes.
So it's been at least a year and a couple months since you updated the CV, right?
Right, but honestly, I've stopped updating that number. It's just, it got to a point where the number was big enough, it wasn't worth puffing myself up.
Okay. So what we're all getting at here, Dr. Arden, is you are very experienced in reading police reports, right?
Yes,
You are very experienced in reading medical records, is that right?
I am.
You're very experienced in testifying in court, is that right?
I am.
In addition, there was a section on your CV about academic publications, is that right?
Yes, there's a list of publications.
And the most recent publication as listed on your CV was in 2021, is that right?
Correct.
If you want to look at your CV, it's under S227, I believe, in the binder in front of you, if you need to look at it. That most recent publication in 2021 was titled Cognitive Bias in Forensic Pathology Decisions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was published in the Journal of Forensic Sciences, right?
Correct.
That's a peer-reviewed journal, is that right?
It is.
It's actually very prestigious to be published in a peer-reviewed journal, correct?
It is.
And that was, that was the most recent academic article that you have published, at least on your CV, right?
Correct.
We'll come back to that article later. Now, we've already gone over that you prepared a report for this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And if I ask you to review the report while we're talking this morning, could you look at the tab S226 in the binder?
I have it.
Okay, and that is your report, right?
It is.
Your report was dated December 27th, 2025, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you start writing this report?
I don't track those things. Sometime fairly shortly before that.
And the report is 4 pages long, is that right?
It is.
And or you said earlier you don't always prepare a report. Is that right?
Correct.
But in this case, you did.
I did.
And the report discloses your opinions well in advance of when you testify. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's a good thing, right?
Yes, I guess so.
It's a good thing because everybody then knows what your opinion is well before you take the stand, right?
I think
Objection, Your Honor. Basic argument.
The report also discloses the materials you reviewed. Is that right?
it does.
And those are the materials that you went over earlier with Mr. Otake, correct?
Correct.
And a report in this type of report for forensic pathology would also disclose, if applicable, any scientific sources that you cite in support of your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Only if you're actually citing sources, right?
Correct.
There were no sources cited in your report for this case, correct?
That is correct.
Now, this is your business again, right?
This is my profession. Yes,
And you charge money for that, correct?
I do.
I'm going to ask you, doctor, how much do you charge per hour?
$700 an hour.
Is that the charge for the consultation and the report writing?
It is.
What is your fee for testifying?
For a court appearance out of town when I have to travel, it's a flat $7,000 for the day.
Okay. So in this case, obviously, you say you live in Florida, so you had to travel to get here today, right?
I did.
Approximately how many hours did you spend reviewing the materials to prepare this report?
I do not know how many hours I spent reviewing the materials, but I can tell you the total of how many hours I spent reviewing, consulting, and writing the report.
Could you tell us that then?
That's 9.75 hours.
Okay. Right. And you also have a website, correct, Dr. Arden?
I do.
And that website is for your company, Arden Forensics. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And on that website, you advertise, what kind of services you offer, correct?
Correct.
And you advertise yourself as an, quote, independent forensic pathologist with excellent credentials and a record of reliability and impartiality. Is that right?
I'm going to take your word for it if you took it from the website. I don't remember all the wording exactly, but that sounds accurate.
Reliability is important to you. Is that correct?
It is.
Impartiality is also important to you. Is that right?
It is.
All right. Dr. Arden, I know you already talked about the materials you reviewed in writing this report, but I do want to clarify just a couple of them. You said that you reviewed the transcript of the Oahu grand jury proceedings from March 28, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that the entire grand jury proceedings or just the testimony of Gerhard Konig, or what actually from the grand jury proceedings did you review?
I am sure I reviewed the testimony of Ms. Konig. Honestly, I don't recall whether I was provided the entirety of the proceedings, but my recollection is I reviewed her testimony.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some of the Honolulu Police Department reports. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't review the entire police reports, did you?
I don't believe that I reviewed the entire file that they had, no.
And Dr. Arden, you, in the next section of your report, after you talk about the materials you reviewed, you put a, quote, synopsis of pertinent facts. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you describe essentially what you learned from reviewing the materials about the facts of what happened on March 24th. Is that right?
It describes what I learned from reviewing materials that I judged was pertinent to the opinions I was going to provide.
I see. So it provided only what you judged was pertinent.
Hence the name synopsis of pertinent facts, yes.
So if you thought a fact was not important, you wouldn't include it. Is that right?
It wasn't a matter of importance. It's a matter of whether it was pertinent. My opinions are limited to certain areas, and I do not provide an accounting or a synopsis of all the facts that I read about in a case, because many of them don't relate to my opinions.
And the area that you were giving opinions on is Ariel's injury, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your synopsis of pertinent facts, you gave all the facts that you thought were pertinent to Gerhard Konig's injuries. Is that right?
I gave all the facts that I thought were sufficient and pertinent for me to render those opinions.
Now, I'm going to jump ahead in your report to page 3, okay?
As you wish.
And you talk about concussions. Is that right?
I do.
All right. And you state that, sorry, I got to zoom in here. you have in parentheses, a couple sentences in this discussion about concussions as an aside. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I found that. It's on
Okay.
page 3.
And in this section, you're actually discussing an email Ariel Konig sent to her primary care physician. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was an email in which Ariel Konig asked for consistency's sake, for the primary care physician to add concussion or TBI to her chart. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And based on the opinion you gave, concussion and traumatic brain injury are the same thing, right?
Concussion and mild traumatic brain injury are equivalent terms. They describe the same entity, yes.
So you saw nothing wrong with Ariel's email, right?
Right.
Well, objection, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope of his opinion testimony. There's something morally wrong with her, you know.
This is cross-examination.
And again, you
We
saw
can object during cross-examination, but my objection is,
Come on up.
disingenuous to try and ding Ariel for that email, wouldn't it?
No, objection, Your Honor. That's the same. That's argument.
Dr. Arden, just to clarify one more time, you didn't see anything wrong with Ariel sending that email to her PCP, did you?
I made no judgment about that email, right, wrong, or other. I made a comment on the substance of it and its meaning.
Dr. Arden, in your opinion, it would be pretty disingenuous to try and ding Ariel for that email, wouldn't it?
No, objection, Your Honor. That's the same. That's argument.
All right. Let's take a step back, Dr. Arden, to your ultimate, I guess, assignment with this case. And that was to compare the injury to the various statements she, meaning Ariel, made describing how those injuries were caused. Is that right?
That was half of it, yes.
That's what you say your purpose is in your report, isn't it?
Yes, and as I testified here today, my assignment was to assess her injuries and provide consultation, and specifically what you just said, to compare her injuries to her accounts of how they were caused.
And if you're comparing Ariel's injuries to her statements about those injuries, it's absolutely crucial to your reliability and impartiality to use accurate statements of Ariel, isn't it?
It is necessary to be accurate, yes.
More than that, Dr. Arden, it's necessary to use accurate statements from Ariel Konig. Isn't that right?
It is.
For example, if you take only parts of her statement, then your conclusions become unreliable, correct?
Not necessarily. That's a possibility.
If you exaggerate portions of her statement, your conclusions also become unreliable. Isn't that correct?
That is likely.
If you misrepresented, hypothetically, parts of Ariel's statement, your conclusions become unreliable. Isn't that right?
Again, not a guarantee, but that's a good possibility.
Now, Dr. Arden, one of your major conclusions that you testified to and that you put in your report was that you do not believe that Ariel was struck in the head with 10 blows. Is that right?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that Ariel Konig never said she got hit 10 times in the head?
Right. She said up to or about 10 times. Yes. The number that she used in the descriptions was 10, but she didn't say absolutely it was 10. She said up to 10.
So your conclusion about, oh, she didn't get hit 10 times is not actually based on what Ariel said, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
It is based on what she said. I didn't say in my report that she said she was struck 10 times, and that was the only statement she made. But the only number that she cited was 10. And so that was kind of a landmark for me to respond to. That's all.
And it's very clear from her statement that 10 times was an estimate, correct?
Yes.
And it was the maximum number, right?
Yes.
So her statement is not inconsistent with a lower number. Is that correct?
It is not inconsistent with a lower number.
I'm going to take just a moment and I can retrieve exhibit 2. All right, Dr. Arden, let's move on to a little bit later in your opinion where you state that you would expect to see skull fractures if the defendant was swinging the rock with full force. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Skull fractures are very dangerous, correct?
They may be dangerous. They are not always, but they may be. And the concern with the skull fracture is also that it represents a degree of force applied to the head such that the fracture itself may be dangerous, but more importantly, the associated injuries are likely to be dangerous.
And that's the kind of injury that you would expect to see done with Exhibit 2, this rock?
If it had been wielded with full force by an adult male and had been struck in the head up to 10 times, yes.
Have you ever held the rock, Dr. Arden?
I am not.
Can I hand it to you?
It's up to you, yes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, now you've had a chance to hold the rock.
Yes.
All right. It's dense, right?
Yes. It's got some heft.
It's solid.
Yes.
And your opinion is now still that an adult male using full force could cause, or you would expect to see skull fractures, correct?
If there had been up to 10 blows with full force, yes. It's let me put it this way. You phrased the question, I would expect. The better way to express an opinion is, in my opinion, it is likely that there would be some skull fracturing and likely some internal head injury.
Your actual statement from your report is on page 4. Is that right, doctor?
Can you direct me where you're?
Sure. It is the second to last paragraph where you state, had she been struck with that rock with extreme force, quote, full blast, it likely would have caused skull fractures and underlying brain injuries. And then you have a parentheses, especially if she had been struck 10 times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you would expect to see brain injuries and skull fractures, even if it wasn't 10 times. Is that right?
Correct.
And now that you've held the rock, you still have that same opinion, right?
I do.
Now, there are some assumptions to unpack when you make that statement. Is that right, Dr. Arden?
Well, argumentative, Your Honor. Well, it's their question.
Overall, yes or no answer.
It's vague.
You can answer it if you understand the question.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking about. What assumptions?
Well, you had to make some assumptions to make that conclusion. Is that right?
Again, I think you have to be more specific because I'm not sure if I just say yes, which assumptions you're talking about, because I don't understand what you're getting at. So,
okay. Well, Dr. Arden, I'll ask it this way. It's much, much easier to hit a stationary object, right?
I think that's a fair generalization.
It's much, much easier to hit a person's head if they are entirely stationary, not moving, correct?
Makes sense to me, yes.
On the other side, it's much, much harder to hit that person's head if they're moving around and squirming. Is that right?
I'm not going to be able to answer a question with too muches in it. If the person is moving, it likely introduces an element where it is at least somewhat harder to hit the head because the head is moving. In some circumstances, there could be so much movement that it is much, much more difficult to hit. In some circumstances, the movement could be to a lesser degree, and striking it could be pretty easy.
It's also, I'll just use one much, it's much harder to hit somebody if they're fighting back. Is that right?
It's the same answer. If a person fights back, it introduces an element that will make it more difficult to hit the person. How much more difficult depends upon how much fighting, what the circumstances are, what each person is doing. So yes, it does introduce an element to make it more difficult. In some cases, probably much more. In some cases, not.
And Dr. Arden, the last thing I want to get with this opinion, there's an assumption in what you wrote there that it's a clean hit. Isn't that right?
No. That's why I asked for clarification. It's not an assumption. I'm basing this on what was described about this rock, and I'm basing this on the evidence from her scalp laceration, knowing what it looked like and what its configuration was. So whether there's a clean hit or a clean hit and a not so clean hit isn't an assumption at all. I'm basing it on what actually happened, what resulted.
You're basing this, your whole analysis off the results then, is that correct?
Well, the result of what actually happened, the injury she actually had, is extremely important to my analysis, yes.
You don't know how hard the defendant swung that rock, do you, Dr. Arden?
I do not, that's correct.
And you have no way of actually knowing that yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't include anything in your report about it being harder to hit somebody that's fighting back, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't include anything in your report about it being harder to hit somebody that's moving, is that right?
That's also correct.
So those factors which would make it harder to hit somebody, you didn't include those at all?
I didn't include those because they weren't necessary to assess the actual laceration that she had.
Dr. Arden, you testified that you reviewed Ariel's statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed 4 of the transcripts of her recorded interview, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed her testimony from the grand jury, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you go to S180 in that binder? And then when you get to that, go to page 5,
What exhibit?
S180. Page 180. Are you at S180, Dr. Arden?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you go to
Excuse
page
me.
5?
I have it.
Okay, and in that, there's a quote that says, "We kind of just kept wrestling." End quote,
Can you
correct?
direct me to the line?
Sure, I'll pull it up here. I won't put it on the screen or anything, but I'll pull it up on the iPad so we can go along together. Page 8 or lines 8 and 9 of this.
Thank you.
Ariel said in this transcript, and we kind of just kept wrestling. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Ariel also said at line 13, and I was just trying to kick him, comma, hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, could you then move to page 16 of the same exhibit?
I have it.
On page 16, lines 5 and 6, Ariel testified, or you reviewed this, that Ariel said, and then we were like fighting and wrestling on the ground. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
These are all factors that would make it more difficult for the defendant to get a good hit off on Ariel. Is that right?
Possibly.
None of these are in your report. Is that correct, Dr. Arden?
Correct.
Can we take a break now?
It's a good time.
It is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our first morning recess. 2-minute recess. And the time will get you at 10:30. All right. Dr. Jonathan Arden is on the stand until under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Gardner, whenever you're ready, you can continue on with the cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Arden, let's move on to another part of your report. Do you still have S226 in front of you?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. And we're going to go back to the concussion section again. Now, you wrote in your report that you believed Ms. Konig's concussion symptoms were, quote, entirely self-reported. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that means you were essentially saying you didn't see any physical evidence to corroborate what you said about concussion. Is that right?
Well, I'm not sure if it's just physical evidence. There was no medical evidence of any condition that indicated a concussion other than what she self-reported. There can be verifiable, objective findings that are supportive of concussion. There don't have to be. So I'm just saying that her concussion symptoms were self-reported. That's all.
Okay. And again, you didn't find anything medically to corroborate that. Is that right?
Right, because there can't be.
One of the symptoms that Ariel disclosed was nausea, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a very common symptom of concussion, right?
It is.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that the Queens medical reports list that Ariel Konig vomited 3 times in the ambulance on the way to Queens?
Yes, sir.
Vomiting and nausea go together, correct?
Commonly, not necessarily.
So in fact, there is corroboration of what Ariel was saying about the nausea. Is that right?
Your Honor, 1 second. This is misleading. He was talking about the records of the primary physician.
Come on up.
Uh-oh, something was hot right there because he's like, wait a minute, come on up here. Come up here. Don't say it out loud. Wow.
Okay. Dr. Arden, could you please turn to S212?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and these are the Queens medical reports that you reviewed as part of your preparation for writing your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and on page 4 of that document, which actually has on the bottom left at page 3. So there's a title page and then it begins, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On page 4, Dr. Grosjean's notes indicate PT vomiting times 3 with EMS. Is that correct? In the middle of the page?
Yes,
Okay. PT means patient, correct?
correct.
Okay. So the medical reports show, and the medical reports that you review show that Ariel was vomiting. Is that right?
She did vomit when she was with EMS, yes.
And that wasn't included in your written report. Is that right?
Correct.
And again, vomiting is a symptom of a concussion. Is that right?
Vomiting is a symptom of many, many different things. It may be associated with concussion. It may be associated with many different things.
All right. Let's keep going on things that are not in your report, Dr. Arden. In your report, you write about, on page 2, I'm sorry, you can switch back to S226. You write about Ariel's thumb on page 2 of this report, correct?
Yes,
And you write that there was an, quote, impact injury to the tip of her left thumb. Is that right?
yes, sir.
Okay. That is the only time you mention any thumb injury in your report, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, it's not in your report at all that this was actually a fracture, correct?
Correct.
It's not in your report that this is a distal phalanx fracture, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think that was pertinent, right?
It wasn't pertinent to the opinions that I was offering, which were largely centered on her head injuries.
And you're aware that a distal tuft or a distal phalanx fracture is also known as a tuft fracture, correct?
It is?
Is it okay if I call it a tuft fracture from now on?
Sure.
It's just shorter. Okay, so you're aware that a tuft fracture is a, quote, crush injury. Is that right?
Yes, that would be typical of mechanism of causation.
You commonly see it in people who hit their hand with a hammer. Is that right?
That's certainly one good explanation for it.
And in the Kaiser records you review, this tuft fracture is referred to as a crush injury. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Let's go through it, doctor. So that's going to be S215. All right, and this document's a little bit longer. Could you go to page 25 of that? And it should be 25 in the bottom right-hand corner of the page numbers.
I have it.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I apologize. I think I have the wrong page number.
I think so.
I'm sorry. Could you go to page 1 of S215?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there it is at the very bottom of the page, diagnosis number 8, left thumb distal phalanx fracture. Is that right?
Yes.
And going to page 4 of this exhibit, it lists this as a, quote, crush injury, correct?
It does.
You never used the word crush injury in your report. Is that right?
That's correct. I did not.
The word crush injury is actually used throughout this Kaiser document. Is that right?
I haven't noted how many times it's used throughout or otherwise, but yes, it clearly does describe it as a crush injury.
And you thought this crush injury was not related to Ariel Konig's head injury. Is that right?
It is not her head injury. It's a different injury.
You reviewed the testimony of Ariel Konig's grand jury, or you reviewed the transcript of Ariel Konig's testimony of the grand jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that Ariel stated at the grand jury proceeding, I also have a fractured thumb, you know, and finger lacerations from trying to keep the rock off my face so I could maintain consciousness?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
So you remember that statement?
Yes, sir.
And that statement is essentially saying that Ariel Konig was trying to block with her hand. Is that right?
Yes.
Ariel Konig, according to the statement, was trying to block the rock with her hand, right?
Yes.
And she suffered a crushing injury to her thumb, right?
Correct.
And this was somehow, sorry, and you deemed this not relevant to Ariel's head injury.
I deemed it separate from her head injury. She has a thumb injury. She has head injuries. The thrust of my opinions were assessing her head injury. I didn't ignore the thumb injury. I didn't omit it from the report, but I didn't discuss it or opine on it.
You say you didn't omit the thumb injury from your report?
No, the part that you just read into the record, I said that there was a thumb injury.
You didn't list it as a fracture, is that right?
I didn't describe it in any greater detail. I said she had a thumb injury, and I moved on because it wasn't relevant to the opinions I was giving.
So Dr. Arden, you don't think it's relevant that Ariel Konig held up her hand to block her head and suffered a crush injury on her thumb?
I didn't say that. It wasn't relevant to the opinions I was offering. I was offering opinions assessing the head trauma in relation to her statements or accounts thereof. And whether she blocked a blow with her thumb or not doesn't change any of that.
What this tells you, Dr. Arden, that Ariel Konig had a crush injury to her thumb while blocking, that tells you that there was enough force to break bones, isn't that right?
There was enough
Not
force.
again. Oh,
Oh,
sorry. That's right.
there was enough force to break one very little bone at the tip of her thumb. Yes.
And again, that mechanism is often seen when somebody gets hit with a hammer. Is that right?
That is one good explanation for that injury.
And you thought, and you again considered her holding her hand up to her head while a rock is swung into her head, separate from her head injuries that she suffered. Is that right?
They are separate injuries. I made no opinion as to whether the causation was related or not, or how she got it. Again, the real focus of my opinions was on the head trauma. It wasn't to ignore that, but that thumb injury is a separate part of her body. It's a different injury, and its relevance otherwise wasn't part of my analysis and opinions.
You provided an opinion about the level of force you believe was used. Isn't that right?
I provided an opinion regarding Ms. Konig's accounting of her description of the level of force. Yes.
And the fact that there was a broken bone did not factor into that opinion. Is that right?
Correct.
Even though that bone was blocking her skull, right?
That bone is a couple of millimeters in size.
Objection,
Where
non-response.
He's answering the question.
Stay. It's not
Can we
responsive.
approach, Your Honor?
You wanna-
all I was, oh, I'm sorry.
Objection sustained.
All I was, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's gonna ask another question, Doctor.
Dr. Arden, if I ask you a yes or no question, can you give me a yes or no answer?
Your Honor, he needs to ask a question. Just ask the question. And if he needs to explain it, he's going to do his best.
Was that not
If
a
it's
question?
non-responsive, then the appropriate motion will be made. Please continue.
Okay. Dr. Arden, if I ask you a yes or no question, are you willing to give me a yes or no answer?
Your Honor, it's an improper question. You can ask the next question and we can deal with it.
Sustain. Ask the question.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that the fact that Ariel Konig held up her hand to block that rock is highly relevant to the level of injury she sustained?
No.
You say no. Okay. Hypothetically here, doctor. We've
Can you
talked.
explain? Can you explain this answer?
No, next question. You can ask him here.
All right, doctor. It's very clear that a blocking hand is an interfering force, right?
Objection. Argumentative. Phraseology of question.
Well, overrule. You can ask the question.
A blocking hand is an intervening force. Is that right?
No.
You don't believe that a block is interfering with the defendant swinging that rocket aerial?
It's not what you asked.
Do you believe, or isn't it true, that Ariel blocking the defendant from that rock that's, I think, still in front of you, with her hand, is an intervening force?
No, it is not an intervening force.
Isn't it true that Ariel blocking helped protect her head?
Can't answer it as yes or no.
Isn't it true that blocking a hit with your hand protects what's underneath?
The real answer is sometimes.
And again, this is all things that you didn't think were pertinent to Ariel's head injuries, right?
Answer.
They're not pertinent to the analysis and opinions that I offered about her head injuries. That's true.
Dr. Arden, there's nothing in your report about the depth of Ariel's injury. Is that correct?
Depends upon what you mean by the depth. I clearly do state that it is only to the scalp and soft tissues, which is an indication of depth.
Dr. Arden, you never state in your report that the injuries went all the way through down to the skull. Is that right?
You are correct. That specific detail is not in my report.
The injuries went through her skin, correct?
Yes,
And medically, that's the epidermis and the dermis. Is that right?
correct.
And then under the skin, you described that there's a layer called the subcutaneous fat. Is that right?
Yes,
So the injuries went through the dermis, correct? The epidermis, right?
not in that order, but yes,
And the subcutaneous fat, correct?
correct.
All the way down to the skull. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you look at a photo, there's actually a significant amount of depth to that. Isn't there, correct? I'm sorry. I'll rephrase the question after I publish the exhibit. Okay, we're going to publish States Exhibit 22, which is already in evidence. Dr. Arden, you'd agree that this image shows the depth of Ariel's injuries. Is that right?
Doctor, if you need to step down and get closer to the screen, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if you'd like me to zoom in, I can also do that.
Well, this photograph actually does a very bad job of showing the depth of the scalp laceration.
This photo shows a large chunk of her scalp missing. Isn't that right?
Objection, Your Honor. This photo speaks for itself. That's an inaccurate description.
I'm going to zoom in on the top right of this photo, Dr. Arden. This is the area of impact. Is that right?
Part of it. Again, the picture isn't taken for that, and it's not displaying that particularly well, but it's part of the area of impact.
And how deep is this injury in this photo, Dr. Arden?
I can't tell from that photo how deep the injury is. I mean, we've already established, and I've agreed in testimony, that it went through the full thickness of the scalp down to the skull bone. This photo is not demonstrating that.
Dr. Arden, there's also nothing in your report about the presence of rock in her injury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't include that there's presence of rock throughout Ariel's scalp injury. Is that right?
I did not include specifically what foreign material was in her scalp laceration. I did mention it having to be cleaned out, but I did not include that detail.
And Dr. Arden, you testified earlier about a lack of injury to the back of Ariel's head, correct?
Correct?
You viewed photographs of the scene, is that right?
I did.
Okay. And you viewed photographs that included a pool of blood on the ground, is that right?
There was blood on the ground, yes.
I'm going to publish one of those photos. Just a moment. All right, I'm going to publish States Exhibit 64. Dr. Arden, this is a photo that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your report that there were no injuries to the back of Ariel's head, correct?
I did.
You said nothing about the environment of where her head was hit on the ground, correct?
Correct.
You said nothing about whether the ground was rocky and hard, right?
Correct.
You said nothing about whether there was piles of brush on the ground underneath her head. Is that right?
Correct.
And either way, that would matter in your analysis, correct?
The nature of the surface certainly could matter as to the likelihood of injuring or how the the head would be injured in the rear of the head. It doesn't really affect my analysis because my analysis basically pointed out that there was no such injury.
Well, the surface could be a reasonable explanation as to why there isn't such an injury. Is that right?
It's a possibility.
But you didn't do that analysis. Fair?
Correct. The bottom line was there were no injuries to corroborate that aspect of her account, and that was what I was commenting on.
Now, looking at the ground in this photo, Dr. Arden, it's not rocks. Is that right?
Correct.
It's brush and what looked like straw. Is that right?
Excuse me, what?
It's brush and what looks like straw. Is that right?
What is, I'm sorry, what's,
I,
I don't know what's wrong. Go ahead.
it looks like the ground, there's some vegetation. I have no idea if that's straw or not, but there's grassy looking stuff and there's some leafy vegetation, and it's the ground, the earth.
This is a softer surface than concrete, correct, doctor?
It is.
This is a softer surface than lava rock, right, doctor?
It is.
This is even a softer surface than compacted dirt, right, doctor?
Yeah, that's a maybe.
Well, you see the picture, right?
I see the picture, but I really am not an engineer. I'm not going to be able to comment on this earth versus compacted dirt.
You take the exhibit down. All right, Dr. Arden. We're going to move on to our next topic that we're going to talk about this morning. We're going to talk about bias, okay, doctor?
Well, objection. Is there a question, Your Honor? I mean, ask a question. It's not a proper statement or question.
May I approach, Your Honor?
My objection is argumentative.
Can we talk about bias this morning, Dr. Arden?
Well, again, Your Honor, that's an improper question. You can ask a question.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Ask away.
Are you ready to talk about bias in general?
Sure.
Okay. Now, it came up on your direct examination that you have a prior business relationship with Mr. Otake. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your report that despite the outcome of any case you testify, your fee remains the same. Is that right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that is to not bias your report. Is that fair to say?
It's a combination. It is a statement about not being biased. It's also a kind of a blanket statement that I don't get paid more if the side that hired me wins. I get paid the same regardless of what happens.
But there is an interest in future business, isn't there, right? Isn't that right, doctor?
Well, there's always an interest in future business, but that doesn't overcome what we've already talked about, that you get the same opinion from me no matter who you are. It's based on the facts and the medicine. And let's face it, future business isn't such a big interest of mine. I'm trying to get retired and it's not working.
Your interest in future business would encourage you to say what you think Mr. Otake wants you to say. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right at all. No.
Your interest in future business encourages you to minimize Ariel's injuries. Isn't that right?
No, absolutely not. My interest in future business is doing business honestly with attorneys who are honest, and that's what I do. And you've already heard the answer during direct exam. I tell lots of lawyers that their clients are screwed, and that's what happens. Sometimes the truth hurts, but that's what they get from me.
Dr. Arden, your interest in future business encourages you to ignore the facts that are bad for your conclusion. Isn't that right?
No, not right.
Now, I asked you earlier about an article that you co-authored in 2021, correct?
Yes.
And that was an article titled cognitive bias in forensic pathology decisions, right?
Yes,
Okay. And again, this was peer reviewed, correct?
it was.
And you obviously care about bias since you wrote an article about it, right?
I do.
One of the main points in that article was that forensic pathologists should not be considering irrelevant non-medical information. Is that right, Dr. Arden?
That is correct.
Because irrelevant non-medical information can cause known biases, correct?
It can.
It can cause unknown biases, right?
Well, at this point, I need to know what you mean by known and unknown.
It can cause unconscious biases. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
So sometimes when a forensic pathologist looks at irrelevant non-medical information, it can cause a bias that even the forensic pathologist doesn't know about, right?
Right.
And that's what an unconscious bias is.
Correct.
And you write, and this is actually fairly lengthy article, is that correct?
Yes.
And you write, there should be transparency about if and what contextual information was relied upon. That is, if the pathologist's report explicitly state what non-medical contextual information was known and used in their decisions. Is that right?
It is.
And you think that's a good practice, right?
I do.
You think it's a good practice for when a forensic pathologist reviews irrelevant non-medical information to disclose first what they reviewed, correct?
Yes.
And second, you think it's important for them to disclose how it impacted their conclusions. Is that right?
Yes.
And generally, it's not favored under this article that you wrote for a forensic pathologist to be looking at irrelevant non-medical information at all, right?
Correct.
It's not best practices, correct?
The article doesn't define things in terms of best practices. It is something that should be avoided. I'll tell you, in the real world, sometimes it is difficult to avoid irrelevant or non-medical information because that's how things come to you. But you should recognize which things are irrelevant or non-medical, and you should make strong efforts to avoid being influenced by them.
Dr. Arden, in this case, you reviewed Gerhard Konig's third interview transcript. Is that right?
I did.
And that is S-184. Is that right?
I don't know, but I'll find out. Yes, sir.
Okay, so this S-184 that you're looking at is the transcript of the third interview of Gerhard Konig. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and this is a document that you reviewed to prepare your report, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that this interview is not talking about anything related to Ariel's injuries, right?
Right. This transcript of the third interview does not discuss any of her physical injuries, the, excuse me, the lacerations.
So this interview, transcript number 3, is irrelevant non-medical information. Isn't that correct?
It is irrelevant non-medical information relative to the blunt force injuries or blunt impact injuries that she received. Yes.
You also reviewed Gerhard Konig's fourth transcript. Is that right, doctor?
Yes.
And if you want to turn to S-186, could you?
Yes.
And could you review that for just a moment?
Yes, sir.
There's no medical information in this fourth interview about Gerhard Konig's head injuries, correct?
Correct.
This is irrelevant non-medical information. Is that right?
Correct. On which
Doctor-
I did not rely for my opinions.
you testified earlier that you reviewed it, right?
I reviewed it. I review many things. There are many facts and features in medical records that I review that don't become part of my opinions either.
Dr. Arden, in just a moment, you agreed with me that the forensic pathologist shouldn't even be reviewing irrelevant non-medical information. Isn't that right?
I said that you shouldn't be relying on it. And I said that in real life, sometimes it comes to you whether you like it or not. I was presented with Ms. Konig having made 4 statements to the 4 interviews with the police. And I wanted to be sure I hadn't missed anything. So I reviewed all of them. But you'll notice that in my opinions, there's nothing from statements 3 or 4, or interviews 3 or 4, excuse me, that I relied upon or used in reaching my opinions.
Dr. Arden, you didn't follow the recommendations in your own paper. Isn't that right?
No, not really. It's not right.
You testified earlier, Dr. Arden, that you were the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was from, I'm going to pull up your CV so I get the dates correct. And your CV is 227 in there if you want to go along with me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. from April 1998 to October 2003. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Normally, that's a 6-year term. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Objection, 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 objection. He cannot testify to none of this shit, Your Honor. None of it. It's all lies. Don't pay me no attention.
In the office of the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. after 5.5 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you left, there was an audit from the Office of the Investigator General of the City of Washington, D.C., correct?
Not the Investigator
I'm
General.
sorry. Is it OIG?
Yes.
And that's S230 with you, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's the Office of the Inspector General conducted this audit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page 31 of that audit?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, page 31 will be in the bottom right. I know there's a couple unmarked pages at the beginning.
I have it.
Okay. Now, there was a specific finding in this audit about the policies that you set as chief medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And the specific finding in that audit, and I'm sorry, before I get to the findings, the acronym OCME is Office of Chief Medical Examiner, correct?
Yes.
The acronym CME is Chief Medical Examiner, right?
Yes.
So if I use the word CME, I'm referring to your position, right?
Correct.
There's also an acronym NAME, is that right?
Yes.
That's the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Correct.
Okay. So there was a specific finding in this audit about, I'm sorry, before I get to the finding, the way this audit was done was the Office of the Inspector General interviewed the medical examiners, correct?
They interviewed many different staff members throughout the agency.
And they made a finding that medical examiners say autopsy procedures lack important criteria and some contradict the CME's verbal instructions. Is that right?
Can you point me to where you're reading from?
At page 31, near the bottom of the page, under subsection A.
Okay, could you read the excerpt again, please?
Okay. The finding was that medical examiners say autopsy procedures lack important criteria and some contradict the CME's verbal instructions. Is that right?
Yes,
And the CME again is you. Is that right?
correct.
And they explain that finding in the next paragraph, correct, doctor?
Yes,
And they say the medical examiners also stated that many of OCME's written procedures differ from the standard operating procedures used in surrounding jurisdictions and from NAME standards. That's the finding in the audit, correct?
that's what the medical examiners claimed, yes.
You wrote the procedures for the DC Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, is that correct?
Some of them,
The audit or the finding further states that these medical examiners stated that some procedures contradict verbal instructions that they have received from the chief medical examiner. Is that right?
that's what they said.
They go on to say that the decision on what procedure should be followed is at the discretion of the chief medical examiner yourself, correct?
Yes,
Who is inconsistent in the criteria he uses and does not conform to established best practices. Is that right?
that's what they claimed.
This is the finding in the audit by the Office of the Inspector General of the City of Washington, D.C. Correct, Dr. Arden?
Right, reflecting what the medical examiners claimed.
There's a conclusion sentence at the end, right, of this paragraph?
Sorry, hang on one second.
I think that was an unspecific question, Doctor.
It was.
There's a statement at the end of that paragraph we've been going through stating the medical examiners believe that because they were not included in developing these procedures, autopsies are not as timely and cost effective as they should be, and their integrity cannot be assured, correct?
That's a statement, yes.
Okay. And again, these are all referring to the policies that you wrote, correct?
This is referring to criticisms from employees about policies and procedures that I implemented.
And their criticism was that the policies and procedures that you implemented meant that their autopsies, the integrity of their autopsies could not be assured, correct?
Again, that was a claim made. That's not a fact, and I disagree with it.
Okay. This is, if you go to the top of the page that we're looking at, it says key findings, correct?
Yes,
This is a key finding of the audit by the Office of the Inspector General of Washington, D.C., correct?
yes,
Well, objection, it's misleading. Findings are in the
Right.
headings. There's a summary after.
There, the top of that page we've been looking at says key findings, correct?
that's the section of this report. The multiple pages say key findings.
And everything I've been reading is from this same page, correct?
Correct.
Everything from this section titled Key Findings, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Arden, you also have a long history of going on the news, correct?
There was a period of time when I did talking head kind of things on news programs, yes. I haven't done it in a number of years, but for a while I did.
You would go on CNN, correct?
That was one place.
You would go on Nancy Grace, is that right?
I did. It's a little embarrassing, but I did many Nancy Grace shows.
I'm not going to comment on how embarrassing that would be for anybody or any comment about that, but you were on the show, right?
I was.
Okay. Now, you did a specific statement or could you turn to S229, Doctor?
Oh, yes, thank you. I have it.
Okay. And this is a transcript of the show CNN Newsroom. Is that right?
It is.
And the date is October 5th, 2007. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And some of the anchors here are Don Lemon, right?
He's one.
Okay. And you actually provided a statement in this TV show, correct?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to the page because I think it's kind of further in there. Okay. Dr. Arden, could you go to page 11 out of 15? I apologize. There may not be page numbers.
There are no page numbers, but I think I was there. I have it.
Okay. And you made a statement to CNN about the Maricopa County medical examiner releasing information, correct?
Yes, not the police.
I'm sorry. It was,
Excuse me.
take a moment. Let me know when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay. So you gave a statement about the Maricopa County medical examiner's office releasing information, correct?
I made a general statement about release of information that was related to a question from the Maricopa County medical examiner. Yes.
And the statement you made was you really need to be particularly careful about the release of information, not to look like you're hiding something, not to give anybody the false impression or any impression that they're not getting the full story. Is that correct, Dr. Arden?
That's correct.
And you still believe that statement today, correct?
I do, especially in that context.
You believe it's important to not hide information, right?
Correct.
You believe it's important for people to get the full story, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Arden, isn't it true that you deliberately suppressed the fact that Errol Konig had that tuft fracture on her thumb from your report?
No, it is not true that I deliberately suppressed that she had a tuft fracture. I mentioned a thumb injury, and as I've already explained, that was not relevant to the analysis and opinions that I was giving. Excuse me, and it still is not.
Isn't it true that when you testified this morning, you testified that you would tell the whole truth?
I did.
And you said nothing in your direct testimony about this thumb fracture, correct?
Right. I also said nothing in my direct testimony about many other medical details that she had that were in those records.
One last section, Dr. Arden. I'm going to publish what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 236. It'll be up on the screen next to you. It's not in your binder.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, we put on the screen States Exhibit 236, Dr. Arden.
Your Honor, no approach.
Up on the screen, States Exhibit 236. Okay. You did not review this photo as part of your preparation, correct?
Excuse me. I do not recall seeing this photo. I may or may not have, but I do not recall this photo.
And you were not asked to provide any opinions. And I want to clarify, I'm not asking you to provide any opinions, but you were not asked to provide any opinions about what you see in this photo, correct?
Correct.
The only opinions you were asked to provide were about Gerhard Konig. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to publish now States Exhibit. States Exhibit 25. Dr. Arden, this is a stellate laceration that we see on the screen, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to take the exhibit down. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arden. I'll try to keep this relatively brief. The audit that you were asked about when you were the chief medical examiner of the Washington, D.C.'s office, that was from, was it 2002? Something like that?
2003.
2003. So 23 years ago?
Yes.
And as audits do, it pointed out some findings and made recommendations of how to improve. And in the audit, you agreed to the recommendations, right?
I agreed to many of their recommendations. And also, by the way, they're statutorily required to include my comments or responses,
Okay.
which they did. And some of them disagreed with some of the statements in the findings or made by other employees. But bottom line is they made some findings. Clearly, the office wasn't perfect. I agreed to many of the findings, actually almost all the findings, and agreed that we should improve those things.
And that was 23 years ago.
Correct.
All right. Now, 1 second. I'm just going to kind of run through some areas here that you were asked about. You know, he asked you about testifying mostly for defense, and we talked about how, because the prosecutors have their own medical examiners and whatnot, and I think you said last month you testified for the prosecution, just last month, right?
Correct.
You were asked about getting paid, and I think you said $700 an hour.
Yes.
Which is another reason we're going to try to keep this short right now. But and you said about 10 hours, so maybe $7,000 around there, and
Yeah, just short of that.
and then 7,000 for the day, right?
Correct.
Doctor, would you sacrifice your integrity for 14 grand?
No way.
You were asked about this issue of the email to the primary care doctor and concussion. And you said that while traumatic brain injury, mild traumatic brain injury is somewhat synonymous with concussion. You said that, right?
I did.
But let's read the whole email. 1 second. 1 second. I had it here somewhere. It's okay. The email mentioned asking to include concussion and traumatic brain injury in the PCP primary care physician's report. And it said, so it's consistent with the Queen's documentation and treatment. You remember reading that?
Yes,
Do you recall, you went through the Queen's records, right?
yes.
Do you recall seeing anywhere in those records the term traumatic brain injury?
I do not.
You were asked about the statements gave by Ms. Konig where she said up to 10 times and, you know, things like that. The only number she mentioned was 10, correct?
Sorry. Yes, that's the only number.
Yeah. And so, and there were places she said, you know, 100% with all his might, right?
Yes, all
And-
full force.
Full force. And you were asked to give an opinion about whether her statements were consistent with her injuries. And you said, in your opinion, it's most likely consistent with 2, maybe 3 hits, is what you said today, right?
I said several blows in my report, and I testified here today, excuse me, most probably 2 to 3.
Okay. So consistent with 2, maybe consistent with 3, right?
Yes,
But not likely consistent with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, up to 10, correct?
those are, excuse me.
Yeah.
Those are unlikely.
You were asked if you held the rock before today, but you surely had photos of the rock that you were provided. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you were asked this questioning about if somebody's head was moving around, would it be harder to hit? And you know, if they were wrestling and whatnot. First of all, if somebody was hit up to 10 times, like 5, 6, 7, 8, you think maybe at full blast, doctor, maybe after the first 2, they might be not moving as much. The next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would be easier to have impact.
That's certainly a possibility.
Now, you know, I just want to make sure that we're being fair here to you. So you were asked about when you were saying that Ms. Konig's complaints about concussion were subjective and self-reported. And then he brought up, well, isn't it true at the Queen's she had vomited? Remember that?
I do.
But isn't it true in your report that he had, when you were talking about that, it said the records from the primary care physician, indicated that Ms. Konig was experiencing post-concussion symptoms of dizziness and nausea. And you said, I note that her complaints were entirely subjective. You were talking about the complaints to the PCP, right?
Correct. At a later date.
Yeah. You weren't trying to say that there was no vomiting at Queen's, right?
Correct.
You're talking about her complaints to the primary care, right, in your report.
That's correct.
Now, you weren't allowed to answer this earlier, but so I want you to
Just ask the question.
Sorry.
earlier when you were asked questions about the thumb. Well, multiple questions. There was more you were about to say. I want to follow up with that. You were talking about why. Well, first of all, you did include the thumb in your injury in your report, right?
I mentioned it, yes.
Yeah, and you referred to it as you called it an impact injury, right?
I did.
You didn't have to call it that, did you?
Well, that's what it was.
Yeah, but my point is, you included that in your report, right?
I did.
Now, you were starting to say you were trying to demonstrate to the jury. What are we talking about here? You said just the front tip, small portion of the thumb.
Yes, the fracture was of the tip of this bone that's at the tip of the thumb. So the area that was fractured was very small.
Okay. And can you, do you still, is the rock still there with you? Or?
I have it.
Okay, can you hold up the rock?
Excuse me. Yes.
If somebody was, full blast with that rock, hitting somebody on the head, do you think that little tip out of the thumb would make a big difference? That the rock is a lot bigger than that tip, yes?
Right. The rock is much bigger. The rock has heft. If the tip of the thumb got caught by a blow, it's not blocking much of the impact or the effect.
Okay. And the injury wasn't she didn't have broken hand bones or anything like that. Just the very tip of her thumb, right?
Just the tip of the thumb. Excuse me.
Is that what you're trying to explain earlier?
Yes.
You were asked multiple times about what was in your report and what wasn't. You remember that?
Yes.
Doctor, when you reviewed hundreds of pages of documents in this case?
I did.
Okay. And your report is 4 pages long, right?
Correct.
And in your work as a consultant, is that common, not just for you, but have you also reviewed other expert reports in the course of doing this work?
Many.
And isn't it true that the report is just a summary of your thoughts and opinions, correct?
Right. It's not the recitation of the entire material that I saw.
You were asked about this injury going all the way to the skull, okay?
Yes.
And so, but just so we're clear, and my head is probably a good example because I don't have hair, but it like from your scalp to the skull. I mean, is it a very deep? Is it a very thick area from the top of your scalp to your skull?
No, you're probably talking about half an inch, 5/8 of an inch, that neighborhood.
All right. You were asked about the lack of injury to the back of her head, and I guess photo of. First of all, do you know if that photo he showed where that blood was? Do you know if that's where Miss Konig suggested her head was bashed on the ground?
I do not.
Okay, but even assuming it could a head being bashed on the ground multiple times on dirt or a trail, could that cause injury to the back of the head?
Sure, it could.
Objection beyond the scope. Move to strike.
He asked about this very subject. A medical doctor, do you agree that bashing someone's head on the ground, even if it's dirt or a mountain trail, could cause injury? Yes.
Yes, it could.
And you did not see any any notation of injury to the back of her head, right?
Correct.
Okay. 1 second. Let me. 1 second. Let me ask you two last subjects here. Okay. So you were asked by the prosecutor. Apparently, I guess he's faulting you, or he's bringing up that. You were asked by him. He raised this issue. You understand from what was, well, first of all, you review what's provided to you, right?
Correct.
And you understood Ms. Konig gave 4 statements to the police, right?
Yes,
And you were provided all 4 of those statements, right?
I was.
And you reviewed all 4 of her statements that was provided, and the parts that were helpful and mattered, you included, and the parts that weren't about medical, you didn't, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as an expert through the last 20 years, have you ever had an occasion where an attorney would question you about something that you weren't provided everything?
Objection.
Why? So, doctor, in your practice, when you're asked to compare what somebody said to the injuries, it's good practice to review everything they said. Yes.
Pretty much, yes.
And you can be criticized for not reviewing everything. Correct.
Yes, that's true.
So, for example, if we didn't give you 3 and 4 statements 3 and 4, he might be cross-examining you that you didn't review everything, right?
Correct.
You've seen that happen, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess, right, doctor?
Objection argumentative. That's sustained.
The one prior case you provided opinions on for me one time over 10 years ago, prosecutor indicated that was a business relationship. Just to be clear, we've never been in any business together, but you were retained once before over the last 10 years, correct?
That's right.
You were then asked about future business and how something about, isn't it true, essentially you would say things that aren't true to get future business. Do you remember him asking that? No. You remember him asking that?
I do.
And first of all, again, is that offensive to you?
Highly.
Apologize for asking this question, but how old are you, doctor?
No embarrassment. Well, this month I'll be 72.
Okay. And you mentioned that you're trying to retire, trying to slow down, right?
Trying. Not succeeding so well, but I'm trying.
But do you need more work, doctor?
No, I'm turning down plenty of work right now.
You're in a position where you pick and choose the cases you want to work on and the attorneys you want to work with, right?
Yes.
Are you concerned about getting future business?
No, I'm not. As I said, I am currently turning down a substantial number of cases that come to me.
And your wife, who traveled with you, how does she feel about you taking on your cases?
Well beyond this goal. Sustained.
This goes to his lack of need for future business. I'll ask it a different way.
Please.
Is it a goal of your wife and yourself to slow down and enjoy yourself a little more?
Yes,
Spend time with family?
correct.
So nowadays, it's not about future business, but it's you want to work on cases and you want to work with attorneys that you mentioned are ethical attorneys, right?
Yes.
Objection.
It came out on, he asked the question on that.
Objection sustained.
We can approach.
And it has to move to strike.
Well, let's approach.
There's nothing to strike, no action.
I wonder how many sidebars we're gonna have when he get up there and testify. I will watch him on 1.25, but since they are gonna be at lunch for another 20 or so minutes, I figure we might as well watch it at regular speed. By the time we get done, we'll be very close to going back into the courtroom. So we watched a lot of it on 1.25 because it is like very tedious. Yeah, it's on his is almost over with anyways. Yep, and they still at lunch. So there's that. He'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Dr. Arden, thank you for your time today. So as far as this idea that you would say things, for whatever to get future business, it's true that you're in a point in your life and your career where you don't need the work, but you choose to work on the cases that you want to and work with the attorneys that you want to, right?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Garner, any recross based on what was asked on redirect?
Dr. Arden, Hawaii is a good place to slow down with your wife, right?
You're talking about living here?
Visiting.
Visiting Hawaii is wonderful.
Now, you testified on redirect that you believed that Ariel's injuries were 1/2 inch to 5/8 5/8 an inch deep. Is that right?
Objection, that mistakes his testimony.
Oh, bro, that's the testimony.
I testified that this approximate thickness of the scalp down to the skull is about 5/8, 1/2 to 5/8 of an inch. It's an approximation.
And again, the injury was all the way down to Ariel's skull, correct?
Correct?
So A plus B means that the injury was 1/2 inch to 5/8 of an inch deep on Ariel, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You were also asked on your redirect about the unconsciousness or the effect of several blows to the head in rapid succession, correct?
Correct?
And you said that that could cause unconsciousness, right?
I don't think I ever used the word unconsciousness, nor was it in the question. I did agree that it was possible that a person might be moving around less after being affected by several blows.
And that's because the person could go unconscious, right?
Well, person could go unconscious, person could be kind of dazed without being unconscious, person could be in pain and stops moving, lots of possibilities.
And the person could also be dead, right?
Well, if you're dead, you're not moving.
All right. Last thing, Dr. Arden, you testified on your redirect that you now believe, or you're consistent with your report that you believe that it was at minimum several blows, correct?
That missed. Well, go ahead.
I didn't say at minimum. I said approximately, I said several blows, several impacts in the report, and I testified here today to clarify that I believe most probably 2 to 3.
And as we've been very clear, with your cross-examination, Dr. Arden. You're not counting Ariel Konig's thumb fracture, correct?
Correct.
You're not counting the damage to her face, correct?
Correct. That's separate.
You're only counting her scalp. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Appreciate you being here. Watch that step.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Council approach that record.
Oh, he gonna testify. Derek, you say cross-examination gonna hurt him. He don't care. He say he coming in. He gonna testify. He say he got some things to say. Some things need to be said on the record. We got about 20 minutes. Let's see here.
I need to have a more extensive legal discussion with the attorneys. Instead of having you wait, I'm just going to call the early lunch recess and then come back at 1:15. Read your notebooks on the chair. We'll talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the court.
I'm still watching the feed for that, and I'm gonna put this up because I thought that this is what did it right here.
a.m. and the second one was at 11:46 a.m.
I'm going to ask you about the call from 10:42 a.m. first, okay? All right. Where were you when you got the FaceTime video call at 10:42 a.m.?
At home.
That's the same address we talked about earlier.
Correct.
What did you see on the other side of the screen when you picked up that call?
I saw the defendant.
Can you describe the defendant as you saw him on that call?
Wearing sunglasses, tri-fit shirt. That's all I saw.
Did you see the area that the defendant was in?
Outside.
And did the defendant tell you anything during that call?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you during that call, as close to word for word as you can remember?
That he would not be making it back to Maui and to take good care of the younger kids, and that Ari, my stepmom, had been cheating on him and that he tried to kill her.
Okay. That's a lot, but I'm going to break that down a little bit. You said the defendant told you he tried to kill Ariel. Is that right?
Correct.
Did he tell you what happened to Ariel?
He did not.
Did he tell you where she went?
No.
Did the defendant tell you why he tried to kill Ariel?
No.
During this 10:42 a.m. call, did the defendant tell you anything about what he planned to do next?
During that call, the next plan that he said was to jump off the cliff.
And how did you react to hearing that?
Told him not to.
How did you react to the defendant telling you he tried to kill Ariel?
I don't remember what I said.
Do you recall what the defendant told you after he said he tried to kill Ariel?
Not directly after.
Okay. Did he say where Ariel went?
No, just away.
What did he say about Ariel and away?
He said that she had gotten away, and that was all I heard about her location.
During this first call at 10:42 a.m., did you ask the defendant any questions yourself?
Yes. I asked what was on his shirt because it looked like I saw splatters of something on his shirt, and he said, "Oh, it's just her," meaning Aries' blood.
Okay. So far you've told us that the defendant told you he tried to kill Ariel, that Ariel got away, that Ariel was cheating on him, that he planned to jump, and that the blood on the shirt he's told you was Ariel's. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, did I miss anything so far?
No.
Did he tell you anything else during this call at 10:42 a.m.?
No.
All right. So Emil, after you get this FaceTime call and after the defendant tells you these things, what did you do?
I went over to my grandparents' house, which is Ariel's parents. Walked over to their house, told them what had happened.
How far away is your grandparents' house away from the Pu'uehu place address you mentioned earlier?
It's like a minute or so walk.
And could you tell us your grandparents' names?
Judith and Peter Mast.
Which of your grandparents did you tell about the call first?
Oh, they were both there, so both of them.
What happened after you told Judith and Peter Mast about this 10:42 a.m. call?
The next notable thing is they received a phone call from, I believe it was Queen's Hospital, one of the hospitals here.
Later on that day, did you tell anybody else what the defendant told you?
My mom.
Who's your mom?
Jessie Patelare.
Did you at some point also tell the police what happened that day?
I did.
All right. Do you know where your grandparents ended up going after you told them about this call?
Yeah, here.
They came to Oahu?
Correct.
Okay. All right. You said that there was a second call at 11:46. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. The second call, was this a FaceTime call as well?
Yes.
And just audio or audio and video?
Audio and video.
Did you pick up the call?
I did.
When you picked up this second call at 11:46, what did you see on the screen?
I saw the defendant.
Okay. And can you describe any background that you saw on the scene, if you remember?
Just trees, rocks, the sky. Was it?
During this second phone call at 11:46, what did the defendant tell you, if anything?
He asked me if I had told anybody, and I said yes, and I told him who I had told. And then he said that he was just going to jump, and said that a couple times.
Okay. To be super exact here, Emil, who did you tell the defendant that you told?
I told the that I told my grandparents and my mother.
Okay. So you told them that you told Peter, Judy, and Jesse.
Correct.
Okay. So after the defendant told you he was going to jump a couple times during the second call, how did you respond?
Same way as before. Said not to. I don't know.
You told the defendant not to jump.
Right.
Okay. How did the second call end?
With him saying, with the defendant saying, I'm gonna go before the police catch me.
Did he tell you he was going to hang up? Do you remember that? I'm sorry.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Bad question. Go ahead. All right. Sorry, I just want to clarify, Emil, but the last thing you told me about the police. What exactly did the defendant tell you about the police?
Asked and answered.
Could you clarify what the defendant told you about the police?
That he was, that the police was looking for him. He didn't want to be found.
Right. Did the defendant tell you anything else about his state of mind or what he was thinking?
He said he was at the end of his rope.
Anything else you can remember about that?
Thought about suicide for the last couple months leading, or for the months leading to the 24th of.
For both of these calls we've been talking about, who was the caller?
The defendant.
So at either call, were you the one to dial him up?
No.
Right, Emil, overall, did you choose to get involved in this?
I did not.
They so silly. That's not me. That's them. Oh boy. Let me see if I can refresh it.
Right, Emil, overall, did you choose to get involved in this?
I did not.
Oh gosh, y'all see it? It keeps stopping. It keeps stopping. He's stopping. No. Oh gosh. Let me see. I tried to refresh it and it just.
Right, Emil, overall, did you choose to get involved in this?
I did not.
Okay, they buffering. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's messed up when your own child is up there testifying, like calling him a defendant. Like, he done. He should have just saved everybody the time. I don't even know why because he could have, did something else. He could have did something else, like, play it out or did something different than this than taking everybody through this. Let me try to refresh it again. I may have to try court TV,
Emil,
but
overall, did you choose to get involved in this?
I did not.
nah, it's nobody's TV. It's the stream. Hold on, let me see if court TV, but they usually have the same feed coming out of all the courtrooms.
Like a family group?
Oh, wait a
text
minute,
or
here you go.
Snapchat or something like that?
Yes.
Who was on that?
I believe just me, my dad, Ariel, and it might have just been those three.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly.
Okay. But you were on it and they were your dad was sending photos of them on the hike, yes?
Correct.
Letting you know where they were, right? Yes?
No.
I mean, just that they were on a hike, yes?
That they were on a hike, yes, not letting me know where they were.
Well, yeah, I just meant like showing you pictures of the hike they were on. Maybe
Okay.
that's a better way to word it. Is that right? They were
Yes.
sending you pictures of the hike they were on, yes?
Yes.
And at least at that time, everything seemed normal to you, correct?
Correct.
There was no reason to be concerned at that time, correct?
Correct.
Now you get this call on 10:42, and he's telling you, amongst other things, that he said he's not going to make it back. Yes,
Correct.
and like he was saying goodbye to you. Yes,
Correct.
and you quickly realize that something's wrong, right?
Yes.
You don't know exactly what's going on, but he's also telling you that he's going to jump and commit suicide. Correct?
Correct.
And from what he was, saying, and from what and acting the way, what you could gather, you could tell that there was a lot going on in his head. Yes?
Yes.
You could tell that your dad was distressed when he was talking to you, yes?
No.
Do you remember you gave later the day of these calls, you talked to the detective on Maui. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember telling the detective that your dad sounded like he was kind of distressed, trying to stay calm, but kind of distressed? Remember saying that to the detective?
No.
Okay. Would seeing the transcript of the interview with the detective help to refresh your memory of what you told the detective?
Yes.
Okay. This is 170, page 4. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Okay. So, Emil, I'm going to show you this transcript. If you can just read lines 14 and 15. Well, if you wanted to start from lines 8 and read down to lines 15 and just read it to yourself and let me know when you're done. Okay. You remember saying that to the detective?
Yes.
Okay. But as you sit here today, you don't have a recollection of him sounding distressed. Is that right?
Didn't sound distressed.
Okay. But you did tell the detective it sounded like he was kind of distressed, right?
And then I said afterwards, he sounded calm.
Yeah. You said it sounded like he was kind of distressed, but trying to stay calm. And he did sound calm. That's what you said, right?
Correct.
Kind of distressed, but trying to stay calm, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Now he's talking to you, sounds kind of distressed, trying to stay calm. And you said also at some point, said something about he seemed like he was at the end of his rope. Is that right?
Yes. That is what he said.
Now, the first call, Emil, when your dad is having this first call with you, from what it was on a FaceTime, right?
Correct.
And there was video, right?
Yes.
So you could see him and kind of whatever was in the camera behind him, right?
Right.
And he's having this call with you. He's right on the edge of what looked like a steep cliff, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you he was going to jump, yes?
Yes.
And did you assume that where he was talking to you at was where the incident with him and Ariel took place? Generally?
I wasn't aware. I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. But it looked like he was in a steep place that kind of was high, like he had to scale on rocks to get to it, correct?
Correct.
You see blood on your dad's shirt, yes?
Correct.
And he tells you that this was Ariel's blood, yes?
Yes.
And he told you that he was explaining to you about how Ariel had been cheating on him for a couple of months, yes?
Yes.
And he told you that the blood was from her head, correct?
Correct.
And half an hour earlier, everything seemed fine to you, right?
Yes.
Now you're hearing this. You see the blood. You see the steep cliff. He's telling you he's going to jump. And I'm sure it was a pretty emotional, upsetting call. Yes.
Yes.
And it was also a little confusing to you. You're trying to kind of piece together and make sense of what happened. Correct.
Yes.
And also trying to convince him not to jump. Correct.
Correct.
This was on FaceTime and so it was on speakerphone, correct?
Correct. Correct.
After the first call, you then go to Judy and Pete's house, yes?
Yes.
And that's Ariel's parents' house, yes?
Yes.
But you call them your grandparents, correct?
Yes.
You also went to Judy and Pete's house with your girlfriend, right?
Yes.
Is that still your girlfriend?
No.
Okay, your girlfriend at the time, correct?
Yes.
Then maybe about an hour later, your dad calls you again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking, and he tells you, he brought it up and asked, and you said, yeah, I told Judy and Pete, and then he starts saying, okay, I'm gonna jump then, or something like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And then he said he needed to go so the police wouldn't find him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, he was telling you he wanted to jump and kill himself, and he wanted to go so the police wouldn't find him. That's what he was saying, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And, after these understandably, these so-called emotional calls, later that day, the detectives from Maui contact you, correct?
Yes.
And at least according to it was at the interview started at 2:27 p.m., correct? Would seeing the transcript help you remember that?
It would.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Again, 170. So, Emil, if you just read that, this is the start of the interview. Okay, read it to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
Yep.
All right. So the interview started at 2:27 p.m. later that day, correct?
Correct.
And these were not Honolulu Police Department detectives, but Maui Police Department detectives, correct?
As far as I know.
And, you were able to look on your phone later. Well, you were able to look on your phone and tell the detectives the exact timing of the calls. And that's why you were able to say the first call was 10:42 a.m. and the second call was 11:46 a.m., right?
Yes.
So the interviews with the detectives is at 2:30 or 2:27. So about 4 hours after the 10:42 call, and about 3 hours after the 11:46 call, right? The interview with the detective,
Yes.
roughly. And, obviously you didn't record the call with your dad when you guys were having them. You're just listening to him and talking to him about not jumping, right?
Correct.
And you didn't write down any notes after the call, right after, did you?
Correct. I did not.
But you tried your best, 3 to 4 hours later, to describe the call you had with your dad to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
And, today, for example, you were asked by Mr. Gardner, after he was talking to you about jumping, you were asked, what did you say back to him? And I think you said, I don't remember what I said right after that. You remember saying that just a little while ago?
Yes.
Okay. So as you see there today, there's parts of the exact wording and timing of what was said that you don't quite remember exactly verbatim, word for word, correct?
Yes.
And for example, you were asked by Mr. Gardner about, what he said after a certain point. And there are things that you don't recall exactly what your dad said after certain parts of the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you tried your best to explain to the detectives what you understood your dad to have been saying, correct?
Yes.
But to be clear, it wasn't like an exact word for word, verbatim of the entire conversation, but you did your best, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For example, in an effort to do your best to explain to the detectives on Maui what happened, you initially told the detectives that your dad told you he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff. You remember initially saying that to the detective?
Yes.
Okay. And that was what you had kind of assumed, given the things that he told you and where he was on the cliff. That's what you assumed that he meant, right? At least when you said that to the detective, right?
Can you repeat that question?
So when you initially told the detective, my dad told me he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff, that's what you assumed your dad had meant, correct? When he said that, you assumed your dad meant that he had tried to. Let me phrase it this way. You remember telling the detective initially that your dad told you he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff. You remember telling the detective that?
Yes.
Okay. But later on, in the conversation, in the interview, when a detective asked you about that, you clarified and you said the part about pushing her off the cliff was what you assumed he meant, not what he had actually said, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then when the prosecutor asked you questions about it, you said at some point he said something about she got away, right? Something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone tell you about the two witnesses that had testified that when she was moving away from him, he didn't try to stop her? Did anyone tell you that?
Can you repeat that?
Did anyone tell you that about how the witnesses that were there testified when when she was moving away from him, he didn't try to stop her?
At what point?
No. Over.
Did anybody share that information with you?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a few more questions, Emil, and then we'll be done, okay? You were asked by Mr. Gardner about how about how after the incident you flew to Pittsburgh to be with your mom, Jessica. Remember that?
Yes.
And was it later that night?
Yes.
Okay. But you did return to live on Maui sometime thereafter?
Yes.
Maybe in a few weeks? How long were you in Pittsburgh? Couple weeks?
Couple weeks. I couldn't tell you the exact date.
Okay. But, within a month you were back on Maui.
Correct.
And you, at the time, you had moved to Maui with your dad and Ariel when you were in high school, yes?
Yes.
And that was something that you chose to do, right?
Yes.
You were in Pittsburgh with where your dad was and your mom, Jessica, was, correct?
Yes.
And you chose to move to Maui to be with your dad and Ariel, yes?
Yes.
And so by the time we get to 2025, how long had you been on Maui? Roughly.
2 years at that point.
Okay. You had a girlfriend at the time, yes?
I did.
You had made friends on Maui, yes?
I did.
Your two younger brothers were there, yes?
Yes.
You had a job on Maui in March of 2025? What kind of job?
I worked at Chick-fil-A at the time.
Were you going to school?
I was not.
Okay. And you liked it on Maui, right?
Yes.
So your options were to stay in Pittsburgh with your mom. You could have done that, right?
Yes.
Jessica, right? If you could have stayed in Pittsburgh with her if you chose to, right?
Correct.
Or you could come back to Maui, where your friends were and your girlfriend was, but to do that you would have to live with Ariel, right? To come back to Maui, you could come back to Maui and live with Ariel, right?
It was an option, yes.
Yeah, it was an option. And over the last year, since this incident, you have
culturing them in the lab and growing large diameter blood vessels.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Okay. If you could please state your full name for the record and for the members of the jury.
Gerhard Konig,
Gerhard, how old are you?
47.
Where were you born?
South Africa.
And were your parents from South Africa?
Yes.
What are their names, and are they still alive, and are they still married?
Yeah. Peter and Emil, they're alive and married.
Okay. And they've been here. Is that them here in the front row today?
That's them.
Where do they live now?
San Diego.
Growing up, what did your parents do for work?
My dad's a pharmacist. And in South Africa, my mom didn't work.
How long did you live in South Africa? Or maybe a better way to ask that is, how old were you when you moved from South Africa?
I was 14.
And where did you move to at that age?
San Diego.
Who moved with you to San Diego at that time?
My parents and my younger sister.
So what grade were you in when you moved to the United States?
9th grade.
Did your dad find work as a pharmacist?
Yes.
What did your mom do in San Diego?
She ran a home daycare.
Siblings?
Yes, 2 older brothers and a younger sister.
What year and what high school did you go to, and what year did you graduate?
I went to Rancho Bernardo High School, and I graduated in 1996.
By the way, was growing up in South Africa, was English your first language?
No.
What was?
Afrikaans.
Okay. After graduating from high school, did you go to college?
I did.
And where'd you go?
UC San Diego.
What did you major in?
Bioengineering.
Now, the jury has heard about how later in life you married Ariel Konig. Was that your first marriage?
No.
Okay. Were you married before that?
I was, yeah.
And to who?
Jesse Patella Ray.
Okay. How old were you when you and Jesse got together?
16 or 17, 11th grade in high school.
And then how old were you when the two of you got married?
20.
After graduating from college, what did you do?
I worked as a bioengineer for 5 years.
Okay. Doing what kind of work?
It was a biotech startup company. We were doing tissue engineering.
Okay. We don't need to get into exactly what that is, but it's in the field of bioengineering.
Yeah. So specifically, we were growing tissue engineered blood vessels. And so we were taking skin cells from a person and culturing them in the lab and growing large diameter blood vessels specific to them so they can use it for hemodialysis access or cardiac bypass grafts.
And where were you living when you were doing this work?
In Marin County, just north of San Francisco.
Okay. In California, but up by San Francisco.
Yes.
Did you and Jessica have kids while you were working and living in San Francisco?
Yes, 2 kids.
What are their names?
Ophelia and Emil.
And what years or how old are they?
Ophelia is almost 25 and Emil is 20.
Now, the jury has heard that you're a medical doctor. After doing this work in tissue genesis for a while, where'd you go to medical school?
At the University of Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And is that a good medical school?
It is. It has a really good reputation, yeah.
So Ophelia and Emil were born before you started medical school? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you choose Pittsburgh?
Because of the reputation of the school and because the cost of living in Pittsburgh was low.
Okay. And you had the 2 young kids.
The two young kids, and I wasn't going to make any money, and it was a great place to go to school.
Did you graduate from medical school in 4 years?
Yes.
What year did you graduate from medical school?
2010.
After graduating from medical school, what did you do?
I did a 1-year internship, and then I did a 2-year research fellowship.
What was the research fellowship in?
It was an NIH-funded fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh, and I did mostly blood transfusion research. Specifically, I was working on autotransfusion. It's when you take a patient's own blood that they are losing in the operating room, and I was figuring out ways how to give it back to them safely.
Okay. Did you and was that in the Pittsburgh area?
Yes.
Did you eventually do a residency?
Yes.
And in what field did you do your residency?
Anesthesiology.
If you could explain to the jury, what is anesthesiology? I mean, we all kind of know what it is, but generally, how do you define anesthesia?
Yeah, anesthesiologists are, it's a specialty of medicine, and we're trained to acutely treat organ system failure and techniques to limit pain and awareness. And so basically what we do is we take care of patients that are either very ill or injured, and we keep them alive until they can get patched up. And we make sure that they don't feel or remember anything.
Okay. And why did you choose anesthesiology for your residency, and did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, I loved it. It's all hands-on, which is kind of what my personality is and my background in engineering. So I like that about it.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean that was
So you enjoyed it.
yeah.
Now, what years were you doing your residency in anesthesiology?
2013 to 2016
And where was your residency at?
in Pittsburgh.
Now, you mentioned your residency 2012 to 2016. Did you at some point you and Jessica got divorced?
Yes.
Or approximately when was that? Or when did you separate?
We separated in 2014. Yeah.
During your residency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after 15 years of marriage, and we try to make it work. We got married very, very young.
Okay.
And,
Did you after that you guys were both living in Pittsburgh,
Yes.
and were you involved in Emil and Ophelia?
Oh yeah, 50-50 custody.
50-50 custody.
Mhm.
You finished your residency in 2016. What did you do for work when you were done with your residency?
I was hired as an anesthesiologist by UPMC. I worked at UPMC McGee Women's Hospital, and then I was also hired by University of Pittsburgh as a part-time assistant professor.
As a part-time what?
Assistant professor.
Okay, so in terms of your work that you were you doing clinical work, actually treating patients in the hospital?
Yeah. So 4 out of 5 days, I was doing clinical work, anesthesiology, and basically 1 day a week. So 20% of my time I was doing teaching and research.
And so teaching, who were you teaching?
Anesthesiology residents, mostly at the hospital. And for the last 3 years that I was in Pittsburgh, I was the site director for the anesthesiology residency at my hospital. So I was in charge of the teaching of the residents at the hospital there.
And that was all in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Okay, now, after separating from your first wife, did you at some point start dating again?
Yes.
And did you try out dating apps?
Yes.
How'd that go?
I used some free dating apps in the beginning and met some people and finally signed up for a paid app, eHarmony.
eHarmony.
Mhm.
And after you signed up for eHarmony, is that how you met Ariel?
Yeah, she actually found me on there, and we connected on there and chatted on there for a little while. And I think we connected in February of 2016, and then we met in the bar at the end of March 2016.
Your first time you met her, first date-ish, what you want to call it, was at a bar?
Yes.
In Pittsburgh?
Mhm.
Okay, and then did you guys continue to see each?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I should correct you. And after that, did you guys continue dating?
Yes.
I think you said you met in 2016?
Yes.
When did you and Ariel get married?
2018.
Between 2016 and 2018, where were you living?
We were both living in Pittsburgh in like kind of different suburbs of the city. She lived north of the city, close to where she worked, and I lived kind of to the west of the city. We were about an hour apart, but so we spent 1 week at my house with the kids when we had the kids, and then we'd spend 1 week at her townhouse up north.
And that was in Pittsburgh?
In Pittsburgh,
okay.
Yeah.
And you were working in the job you just described to us?
Yes.
Now, after your first divorce, you had 2 kids. Did you want to have more kids with?
I did.
With
Yeah.
Ari?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had that in my profile on online dating and.
That you wanted to have more kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you and Miss Konig have kids together?
Yes, 2 kids.
And what are their names? And tell us when they were born.
Olin was born right in the middle of COVID, May 2020.
Okay.
And Vigo was born just a few weeks before we moved to Maui in 2023.
Just a few weeks before Maui?
Yeah.
Okay. In 2023.
Yeah.
So you guys are still living in Pittsburgh when, well, at least Olin, 2020, you guys are in Pittsburgh. Did there come a time when you and Ariel decided to make a move and move to Hawaii?
Yeah.
Tell us about why that came up and what was the interest and if it was a joint decision.
Yeah, it was a joint decision, and this is something that we kind of bonded over ever since we met, and we both love Pittsburgh and love the city and the town and Steelers fans, but we wanted to move somewhere where the weather's a little nicer. She knew I had family in California, and so we had talked about that for a while. And then after we started having kids, we started talking about it some more and realized that actually our main priority is safety and just finding kind of a place where we can raise our kids in a safe environment.
What do you mean by safety?
Just like the random gun violence, like school shootings and things like that, were really concerning for us. We wanted to go to somewhere where that's relatively rare or less of a concern.
How did you guys decide on Maui?
I came to Oahu actually once during residency, when I was doing my research fellowship, and just kind of fell in love with the atmosphere. There's just kind of a joy to life here, and the tempo is just different than anywhere else that I've been in the United States.
Okay. So you guys decide on Maui.
Well, and then we went to Maui for our honeymoon and our friend's honeymoon too, and that's kind of how we got introduced to Maui.
Got it. Now, you said that it was a joint decision about kind of putting the kids first and safety.
Yeah.
Was it gonna moving from Pittsburgh to Maui? Was it going to have an impact on both of your careers? And let's start first with yours. Tell the jury if how was it, if any, gonna affect your?
Yeah, it was gonna have a big impact on my career. So I was gonna have to give up the teaching and the research completely. And my job in Pittsburgh was at an academic medical center, and even when I wasn't working for the university, I was interacting with students and residents and things like that.
And on Maui,
Maui was just going to be like a
clinical.
Community hospital and some kind of very, very different.
And what about the research part of your job?
Yeah, so I have to give all that up.
And you're willing to do that?
Yeah, we were basically committed, both of us, to going somewhere where we could focus on the family and slower pace of life, at least until the boys were out of high school.
Okay, so now you just shared about the effect it's going to have on your career. What about Ariel's career? Explain to that. She talked about being, at least for a while, in the nuclear industry. So when this decision was being made about moving, what was going on with her career, and what was her how was this going to?
Yeah. So by the time we made the decision to actually move, which was like in the summer of 2022, it actually didn't affect her career that much. If we had made that decision earlier, it would have had a much bigger impact.
Why wasn't it going to affect her career that much?
So she was working. So before COVID, she was working 100% in-house, full time, and then during COVID, her job went remote, like most people's jobs did. And then during COVID, we also had Olin, and she realized at that point that she didn't want to go back to working in person again.
Okay.
That she felt she could accomplish a lot more at home, working and just be much more efficient. And it also allowed her to just be home more with the kids and the family.
Was she still
was
she still in the nuclear industry when you guys decided to move?
No. So and then she actually quit her job a few months before we started talking seriously about moving.
Okay.
And she was applying to jobs at software companies and other industries and nuclear as well. And then we decided to move, and so this was all kind of happening at the same time.
Okay. And was she able to get this job? She talked about a TerraPower that allowed her to work virtually.
Yes, and so she was actually hired. I think, like as I was interviewing in Maui, she got hired at TerraPower. So she started her job at TerraPower while we were still in Pittsburgh.
Okay, but they were going to allow her to.
And then after the move, yes. So she got a fully remote job based out of Pittsburgh for this company that's based in Seattle, and then we moved to Maui, and then she kept working for the same company.
Okay, I want to ask you, Emil. So
Yes.
Ophelia is older than Emil?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys start thinking about moving, how old was Emil, and how did that factor into the timing of when you were going to move and if?
So Emil is actually the reason we moved when we did.
Okay,
So,
explain that.
Yeah. So Ari and I had talked for a while about moving out of Pittsburgh, and the trigger was going to be when Emil graduated high school.
You guys are waiting. You guys are going to wait till he graduates.
Yeah, because we didn't want to leave
Okay.
him, and we didn't want to ask his mom to, if we could take him.
So what happened?
He basically talked us into letting him ask his mom, and because he's like, if you guys are going to go somewhere sunny after high school, I want to go with you, and I want to go before high school is over because I want to move somewhere earlier so I can make friends and kind of get connected to the community. And I said, I don't think your mom's going to let you leave. And he said, let me just talk to her. And after months of that, I said, okay, if you want to ask her, you can. And he asked her, and she actually said yes. And so that triggered us to kind of say, oh shoot, now we can move now. We can move earlier. And so
let me ask you about that. So at this point, Emil was about what age?
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you talked about how you were married and while he was growing up, and then how old was he roughly when you guys got divorced, you and his mom? Roughly.
9.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so from when he was born till 9, you obviously very active in his life. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, you had him every other week. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then come a time now he's 16, and he's actually asking if he can go to Maui with you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we've had a really good relationship.
Okay. And so that kind of made the timeline where you guys could go sooner. Is that right?
Yes.
And what about Ophelia? By the time you guys were moving, was she already over 18?
Yeah, she was over, and she had moved out of the house already, and
Okay.
so yeah, she didn't come to Maui with us.
Okay. Now, so when you first moved here, did Emil then finish high school on Maui?
Yes, Maui High.
We heard about how Miss Konig's parents, or Ariel's parents, also moved to Maui. How did that happen?
Yeah, no, they that was really nice actually, how it worked out. But because we didn't have any family here,
Okay.
and two young boys. But when we told them we're moving to Maui from Pittsburgh, and they were living in Florida at the time, they said that that's too far, and they actually decided
away from you guys.
Yeah, and so they decided they're going to move to California because they didn't want to move to Hawaii, but they'd never been to Hawaii, and so they had this trip planned where they were going to go look at a few different places in California, and we convinced them to come to Hawaii too for a few days,
Okay.
just to basically, visit with us.
Yeah. We're trying to see if they like it.
We just told them, just come visit with us, and we'll show you where we're going to live.
Yeah.
This was right before we actually moved, and
Did they like it?
in less than 24 hours, they were like, "We're coming here." Yeah,
And that was okay with you?
Yeah, it was great because they ended up buying a house just down the street from our house, and we see them. We would see them all the time, and they're a big help with the kids, and it was just nice to have family on the island.
So you, when did you guys move then to Maui?
So I had to give 6 months notice at my job. So I got a job offer in like August of 2022, but we didn't end up moving until end of February of 2023.
Okay. And your job offer on Maui was what?
It was so the group's called TMG, and we're the only anesthesiology group on the island. It's a private practice group.
So you applied with them?
Yeah.
And they hired you?
Yes.
So I know this is a big question, but I'm going to ask you to kind of just maybe summarize. You get here to Maui, March 2023. You got these two young kids, your son's here, your in-laws are here. You got a job. What was life like for you and your family from March 2023 until December 2024? Can you just summarize what it was like?
Yeah, it was amazing. The move was a little stressful at first getting here, but once we were here and settled in, it was our dream life. So we bought a house really close to the hospital so I could walk to work. And it also meant that I could take all my call shifts from home. And whenever I was done at the day, I could be home in a few minutes. And it translated into me being home a lot more than I was in Pittsburgh at my previous job. And so that meant that I was spending a lot more time with the kids and with Ari and with Emil. I was doing a lot of home improvement projects. And then as a family, we were doing lots of exploring. Like every weekend we would explore Maui. We did a lot of beach activities. We went to the beach almost every weekend, snorkeling, surfing, paddleboarding, hiking.
Okay, so it was a good life.
Yeah, we made a bunch of friends through my work and through Olin's preschool, some of his friends and friends' parents, and we were getting settled in.
Yeah, and let me ask you, Ariel, when you testified, when the detective asked her about how the marriage was before December 2024, she said it was a good marriage. Do you agree with that?
I thought it was a great marriage. Yeah,
okay.
I totally agree.
I just had a question. That being said, during that time period, did it ever come up that area between that time period, did moving back to the mainland ever come up?
It did. So her job, and when she was first hired by Terra Power, they'd asked her to move to Seattle, and they said, "Hey, would you move to Seattle?" And she said no.
Okay.
And then a few times they had kind of asked her again to, if she would consider that.
Okay.
Our plan was always to at least stay in Maui until the kids graduate high school, and then we can kind of focus on our careers again and let the career drive the decisions.
Now, I was asking a little bit about your marriage during that time period, and this came up with Ariel. In your marriage back then, who handled the financial affairs more so, like taxes, life insurance, finances between the two of you?
I did.
Okay. And why was that so?
I'm a very meticulous kind of person that keeps track of everything, and
Okay.
so it's just kind of more naturally in my
Pretty organized.
yeah
Did you have like computer files with different insurance,
Yeah,
taxes,
yeah.
all that stuff?
and all of our things were joint. We didn't have any separate anything, and so I ended up taking care of most of those things.
And those computer files,
And they were all in a shared drive that we shared, and so she had access to everything, and she contributed and as well. But
Okay.
I took care of most of it.
okay. And you would kind of from time to time look into the files or update the files or
All the time.
okay,
yeah.
all the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you just described a great life and great marriage. Did there come a time in 2024, Gerhard, when that changed?
Yes.
First of all, in 2024, at some point, well, let me ask you this preliminary. Did Ariel have to travel for work?
She did. Yeah.
Okay, and that's because she was working virtually?
Yeah. Just like three or four times a year.
Okay. Did there come a time in 2024 when Ariel traveled to South Africa for work?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was roughly?
At the end of August of 2024.
And who was she going with, to your knowledge, at the time?
It was a pretty important trip for her because it was just the CEO of the company, another man that was high up in the company called Jeff Miller, and herself.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you this. By the way, when you guys were on Maui working, and she was working virtually, like where was she actually doing her work? Like when she was working?
Yeah, she had a home office set up, but it was
in her house.
In our house,
Okay.
but it was in our bedroom. So, and there was no divider or anything between it. So her desk was basically right next to our bed. So like a third of the space in the bedroom was taken up by her office.
And when what were her hours? Was she on Seattle time? She started?
Mostly West Coast time, sometimes East Coast time. So she would usually get up
Early.
either 4 or 5 a.m. and start work around there, and
So-
then work until around 2 p.m.
So were you because it was in your bedroom? Were you exposed a lot to
a lot
her
yeah.
work and her things
Yeah.
she was doing and the
Yeah,
people?
she has a huge monitor on her desk. She has one of those desks that can go up and down.
Okay.
And it's facing into the room, and all of her meetings are on speakerphone.
Okay. Prior to this, well, leading up to this South Africa trip, you mentioned did she go with a man named Jeff Miller?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about Jeff Miller at that time?
No.
I know you mentioned no concerns, but was there anything weird on that trip, behavior-wise, that you took notice of? The South African trip?
Yeah, it was a really quick trip. It was just 2 nights. But the one weird thing was that on the second night, I remember noticing that she never contacted me at the end of the day, and that's kind of out of character. Whenever she went on work trips, she would always kind of check in at some point. And, you know, at the end of the day, even usually we would check in several times during the day as well, and just do text. We would text a lot.
Okay.
And the one night on that trip, she never reached out, and I was at work, and by the time I got home and realized that she hadn't reached out, I knew she was asleep, and so I didn't reach out to her either. But normally she would reach out to me when she's done with her workday.
Did you see much of it at the time, or?
No, I took note of it, and I asked her about it, and she just said, like, I'm so sorry. We got back late from dinner with the hosts that were hosting us, and I'm sorry, I should have texted, but I didn't.
Now, she returns from South Africa. Later on in 2024, did you and your family go on a trip to Kauai?
We did, yeah.
When was that roughly?
In October, I think it was October. Yeah, we told Emil as a graduation present, we'll take him to one of the other islands that he hasn't been to yet for a little trip, and he picked Kauai.
He picked Kauai. Now, did anything happen on this Kauai trip that made you become concerned to a degree about Mr. Miller?
Yeah, a little bit. Like,
What happened? Tell the jury what happened.
Yeah. So we were there at the end of I think from like Thursday to Monday or something like that. So it overlapped with her work week a little bit, and she was able to take most of the time off, but there was a few meetings that she still had to do that she couldn't. And so and they're early morning meetings because they were West Coast time, and I just overheard her talking to him on the phone and from the other room, and it just seemed that they had a very familiar tone, more so than what I was used to, the way that she used to talk to him and the way that she talked to her other work colleagues.
Now, you get back from Kauai after the trip, from October to December. Did you notice any other red flags or concerning behavior?
Yeah. So
what happened?
The biggest, the only thing that I noticed was that she was constantly on her phone. She was just constantly on her phone.
Was that more so than usual?
Yeah, much more than usual. And she would hide the screen from me. So
what do you mean by that?
Like, if you're sitting next to somebody and they're on their phone, like, you can just notice that they're sitting in a way. They're constant. They're always just like moving their.
What if you like walked into a room when she was on?
Yeah, when I walked in the room, she would turn the screen off or turn her phone upside down.
Did you ask her about it?
I did several times, and she would always say, "I'm talking to Gianna. I'm talking to Gianna," which is her best friend. Who's
Gianna?
Gianna's her best friend.
Okay. So you did ask her about it a couple of times.
Yeah, more than a couple.
And you continue to see this concerning. Well, was this behavior concerning to you?
Yes.
And
I was I was curious.
Okay.
I was concerned. You're right.
And did she told you it was, don't worry, it's just Gianna?
Yeah, and she was like defensive about it.
Okay. Now, what did that lead you to do in early December? All this behavior, red flags.
No, when she kept doing it and she kept being defensive, I unlocked her phone.
Okay.
And while she was sleeping.
Now, do you recall when you did this? There's been talk about a San Luis Obispo trip, right? Were you guys going to go on a trip in December?
Yes.
And with who?
With our friends Brant and Gianna.
And so what day of the week were you going to leave for the trip, if you recall?
So Ari and Gianna were going to be there on Wednesday.
Okay.
And Bryant and I were going to join them on Thursday.
So the girls were going first?
Yeah, and then we're all staying there until Sunday.
The girls were going to go spend a night together?
Yeah, so they had like a girls' day planned, and they wanted to just go for the first day. The trip was mostly for Gianna's birthday.
So that was going to be on a Wednesday. When did you look into her phone?
On Monday night.
Okay, right before the trip, a couple of days before the trip.
Yeah.
So tell the jury what you discovered.
So Monday night, when I looked at her phone, I went to the screen time application on the iPhone, and then I noticed that the app with the highest usage was an app called WhatsApp. And I was
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is a communications app. So it has texting, it has voice calls and video calls. So instead of using your phone's built-in texting or voice or video, you go through WhatsApp.
Okay.
And it's separate from the phone.
So then once you saw that?
Yeah. So then.
Well, first of all, I mean, was that surprising to you?
It was. I had not seen her on WhatsApp at all over the previous months. And so I was very surprised about that. And then I also saw that she had turned off all the notifications for WhatsApp. So she had everything silenced for WhatsApp. And it wasn't like on the main screen. It was like a couple pages over in a folder. So it was kind of hidden.
So did you open the WhatsApp?
Yeah. So I opened the WhatsApp.
What did you see?
And there were 2 conversations with Jeff Miller. And the way WhatsApp works is that your account is always linked to a phone number. And so the one conversation was a conversation with his work phone, and the other conversation was a conversation with his personal phone.
Okay. And so let's talk about the conversation with his personal phone. Tell the jury what you saw.
Yeah, it was. So what I saw. So this was Monday night. What I saw was that the messages from Monday and from Sunday, so the previous 2 days, it was like a full-on conversation the entire day long, and it would start off. Yeah, and it would start off at like 2 a.m. Hawaii time. So and Jeff Miller lives in Maryland, and he travels extensively for work. Like he probably travels 3 out of every 4 weeks, and I know this because I'm always hearing them on the phone and talking about that. So basically, wherever he was, he'd be texting her good morning, but it wasn't just like a good morning text. It was like 5 or 6 texts. It's like a whole, like a good morning. I had a great, I slept great. I'm looking forward to the day. I hope you're sleeping great. And then at like 5:45 a.m., her good morning.
She would be responding.
She would respond. And then the whole day long, like, this is where I am. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm thinking. Until, good night at the end of the day. And that was for Sunday and Monday.
Okay.
So for the 2 previous days.
So Sunday is a weekend, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you saw on a Sunday. We saw the text from December 1st.
She's I'm at work. I'm on call for the weekend, and she's at home decorating and hanging out with the kids and
texting him all day.
Okay.
And
then
go ahead.
When I scroll back past that, it's very strange because then between so the thread was created on June 4th or something like that, because WhatsApp puts when the thread was created in the app.
Okay.
And there was no messages between June 4th and August 30th, which was like a few days after the South Africa trip. And then between August 30th and Sunday, it was very strange because there was like fragments of conversation or little short things, and then mostly just pictures and songs and links. And it was basically Jeff sending her a bunch of pictures of himself, a bunch of song links that she had saved, and her sending him like a bunch of pictures too of.
Did you when you said it was strange because there was things missing? Did it seem to you like things were being deleted?
Well, yeah, because obviously that was. I mean, there was an abrupt cutoff between like what's before Sunday and Monday and that conversation and everything else that was on there.
Let me ask you this. Seeing all of that, here you are, a couple of months now, you had some suspicions, some red flags, asked her about it a couple of times. She denies it, defensive. Now you open it up and you see this.
Yeah.
Tell the jury how you felt. How did it make you feel?
I was devastated. There's obviously something going on.
Okay. So
I didn't know what to do.
Okay. So what did you do?
So I had actually started using WhatsApp myself when we moved to Maui, because that's the main communication platform that the anesthesiology group uses. And so I was using it every day, communicating with the rest of the group and during our business meetings. And so I knew that WhatsApp, since even though it's primarily an app on your phone, there's a web interface. You can log into WhatsApp on your computer through the browser as well, and it'll basically just duplicate everything that's on your account.
So and then what did you do the next day?
So I took her phone upstairs to my computer, which is in the hallway upstairs, and I logged into her WhatsApp on my computer.
So you could watch her.
So I could
activity.
see, because
You mentioned being devastated. I mean, prior to this, did you have any, aside from we talked about the red flags, but marriage-wise, I mean, everything seemed okay?
Everything seemed fabulous. We were we were very happy together. No red flags in terms of the marriage itself.
Okay. So now, you want to learn more. You go into what do you call it, like detective mode, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you logged on and you're able to watch her. And did you do so the next day?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day?
So the next day, it was basically the same type of thing that they were doing on Sunday and Monday. So, they start off by saying good morning, and then, just wasn't communication the entire day. But this day, she started deleting messages. And so one of the first things that she did is she deleted all of the messages from Sunday and Monday.
Okay, so when you went, make sure you put the mic a little closer. So when you saw the messages the night before,
yes,
and now you're looking at it on the computer next day, and those messages you saw the night before are deleted.
yes,
Okay, and then what?
and then I saw them communicate kind of in real time, because I could see it pop up on my screen too, and as soon as the conversation proceeded, kind of passed, she would kind of keep deleting the previous messages. So she was like, not deleting them in real time, but like throughout the day, she was deleting the previous messages.
And the content of the communications and what was being deleted, again, was it concerning?
Yeah, I mean, it was the same type of conversation that she was having with them on the previous 2 days, which is not a conversation you have with a coworker. This is a conversation you have with your spouse. I mean, this is. Yeah.
And after watching that all day long, what did you conclude? I mean, in terms of what was going on, did you believe?
I mean, she was having an affair.
Okay. Let me ask you this: while that was, did you because she was deleting these things, did you try to save some of the messages?
Yeah. So the first thing I did, actually, the night that I unlocked her phone, because on WhatsApp you can also export the thread basically and save the thread, and so I exported the thread to my phone. So I had copies of what was on there when I first discovered it, and then the next day on my computer, the only thing I could do on the web interface is take screenshots.
Okay.
Of
and you took some.
Yeah.
All right. So now you are faced with, this. You got this trip in a day or two. Do you confront Ariel right away?
Not right away. So the way that this was happening was that our trip to San Luis Obispo, there's no direct flights from Maui to San Luis Obispo, and so we coordinated that the layovers were going to be in Phoenix, which is where Brian Gianna lives, and Ari was taking a red eye on Tuesday night. And so on Tuesday, when I was first discovering and watching this kind of in person for the first time,
let me stop you there. So just to help the jury. So Monday night is when you first found the WhatsApp chain, is
right?
That right?
Right. So Monday overnight. Tuesday morning, I wake up and I start looking at them interacting in real time during the day.
And then Ariel's supposed to leave that night.
And so she's supposed to leave that night.
Do you confront her before she leaves?
I do not.
Yeah. And then so she leaves. Who do you first reach out to talk to about this?
Yeah. So on Wednesday night, I'm supposed to leave to fly to Phoenix to meet Bryant and then go to San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
And Wednesday, like in the middle of the day, I call him and talk to him.
Okay. And why did you call? Why did you call Bryant to talk to him about it?
Few different reasons. One was that we were, about to go on this trip with them, and I wasn't able to. Like, I knew I was going to have to confront her as soon as I got to San Luis Obispo. So now it's Wednesday, and I'm convinced of seeing what they're doing, especially what she was sharing with them on Wednesday. So on Wednesday, she was spending all day in San Luis Obispo with Gianna, and she's basically keeping him up to, I mean, first thing is like, as soon as she lands in Phoenix in the morning, she's like, just landed, I have an hour and a half. If you're free, we can chat. Can't wait to talk to you.
Is she texting you, keeping you up to date?
Like I'm getting, I also got a just landed text, but like nothing else,
Okay.
and but she's like, reaching out to him, and on WhatsApp, like you can see when a message has been read. And so as soon as she saw that he read her just landed text, she called him, like, right, she didn't wait for him to respond and stuff. And like, I'm not getting a call. I'm not getting any of this stuff. And then during the day, she's sending him pictures of the places that they're of her and Gianna doing stuff.
So you're seeing this.
So I'm seeing this, and that's at that point I'm just like, I can't go to San Luis Obispo and not confront her about this right away. Like,
and going back to Brian, right? So I know.
Yeah.
Did you guys have like fun activities planned? It was supposed to be a fun couples trip.
So I mean, it was supposed to be a couples trip, right? And it was Gianna's birthday, and actually Ari planned it because she used to work for, one of the power plants that she that was her responsibility for refueling is just outside of San Luis Obispo. So she used to travel to San Luis Obispo all the time for work, and so
were you
planned like
were you
a bunch of fun
reaching out to
activities.
Brian and you said there's several reasons. Was one of it to kind of let him know, like, hey, this might not be the fun trip we had planned?
So the first reason was like, hey, like, this is, I'm just giving you a heads up, like, I'm gonna confront Ari with basically an affair.
Was there other reasons why you wanted?
And then the other reason was that the other reason why he's my best friend and I wanted some advice, but I specifically wanted advice from him because they had just gone through infidelity in their relationship like 6 months earlier.
Brian and
Gianna. And so
they were dealing with that.
Yeah. And so he had been dealing with this, and I was looking for advice and just needed a friend.
Just to be clear
to.
for the jury, in that situation though, was it reversed?
It was, yeah. Brian had like a one night stand, and Gianna found out about it.
So they had been dealing
kicked
with
him
that
out of the
and
house
that.
and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. And so you talked to Brian.
Yes.
Okay. Do you fly up on the trip?
Yes.
When you get there, do you confront Ariel right away?
Almost right away. I mean, like when we get there, they already have dinner reservations and stuff like that waiting for us. And so we go to dinner, and right after dinner, when we go back to the hotel is when I confront her.
Did you talk to Gianna before you confronted Ariel?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you told her what you had found.
I basically just gave, I told her briefly what I found, and then left to go talk to Ari, and left Brian to explain to her more.
So, where do you confront Ari? Were you in the hotel room?
In the hotel room.
You confront her with it. Tell the jury how that went and what Ariel's initial reaction was.
Yeah, I confront her with it, and she's immediately remorseful and doesn't deny anything, admits to it, and is crying and
let me ask you this. You say admits to it, and when Miss Konig testified, she kept using the term you guys use the term emotional affair, but in that time period, what did she admit to? Having a
she admitted to having an affair. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
With Jeff Miller.
Yeah, she admitted this was completely inappropriate relationship.
Okay. And so you mentioned
we called it an affair from the start.
And you mentioned she was remorseful and crying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here we are now in San Luis Obispo. This is going on. What was your emotional state like at the time? In other words, what were you thinking needed to happen? And like, you guys were going to try to work this out or not, or while you're on the trip?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was tough. I mean, a lot of emotions for sure, but Brian and John were really helpful. And we were away from the kids and away from work and away from everything else. So we can kind of just focus on this.
Okay.
And
you guys reached some kind of conclusion as to whether or not you guys were going to break up or what?
Oh, yeah. So yeah, we both wanted to work on it. We both, she basically said, like, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did this. and I'll do anything it takes to heal our marriage.
Okay.
And you know, you and our kids are more important than anything to me. And you know, I'll do whatever it takes. And we start talking to Brian and Gianna, and they kind of help us talk about some things, and we figure out, you know, what the next steps are going to be.
Now, during the trip in San Luis Obispo, did the topic of her possibly moving out come up?
Yes.
And,
Yeah,
and,
that was one of the big conversations we had.
and did you guys settle in on, okay, she's not going to move out just right now, we're going to try?
Yeah, so I preferred for her to move out.
You mean like break up?
No, we were both committed to working on the marriage, but and this is what Brian and Gianna did too. So Brian ended up living in a hotel for like 3 months, and it helped them just focus on the affair and healing from the affair, and then they kind of moved back and kind of, you know, start working on everything else, and I felt that was, you know, an ideal solution.
Did she want to do that?
Well, both of us, we decided together not to do that, and because we had you know, the two big complicating issues for us was one, our two little boys. So we at the time they were like 1.5 and 4.
So at this time when she was having this relationship with Mr. Miller, how old were the boys?
1.5 and 4.
Okay. And you're saying, obviously, if she moved out, it would have been traumatic on them.
Yeah. So we didn't want.
Okay. So you guys, it's okay. You guys decide to not do that, and.
Yeah, we didn't want them harmed.
Okay.
But
so let me ask you this: in order for her to not move out, to avoid that harm. May I approach Anna?
Thank you. Excuse me 1 second.
You want water?
Yes, please.
You mentioned the kids. Was there did Ari have other concerns about her moving out?
Yeah, and the other concern, and again, this is a joint decision, is that we wanted to protect her reputation with family and friends, and so Bryant was able to move out, and really nobody else knew. It was just Ari and I actually that knew, and that was it.
So in other words, if Ari moved out on Maui, you talked about you guys had formed a pretty good close group of friends. Her parents.
We did. And everybody lived right there, and it's a small community, and I mean, people were going to know that she moved out and would ask why. And
so that was part of the joint decision.
Yes.
So you guys are up there, San Luis Obispo, decide that we're going to try. It's not going to move out. What about where there's some talk about if we're going to do that, at least initially, was there some talk about what was needed to happen as it related to Jeff Miller and her job?
Yes.
What was that? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, she obviously needed to terminate the affair immediately, but also to terminate all contact with Jeff Miller. And that would involve her quitting her job and getting a new job.
Initially, what did she say? I mean, was that something she was agreeable to initially?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so we decided that was the plan. And she said she just needed a little bit of time. And so she didn't want to quit her job right away, but that she would limit contact with him. And so she actually sent him an email through work, like a work email, and said, basically, hi Jeff, from this point on, all of our communication needs to be in email only. If we do meet, because they would have virtual meetings all the time. If we do meet, it would have to be with one other person present. And she did this without talking to me, but showed it to me afterwards. Hey, this is what I did. Is that okay? And I said, that's fine.
So the plan was that she was going to quit her job and maybe find a new job. But in the meanwhile,
for sure, she was going to quit her job and find a new job.
Okay.
But in the meanwhile,
there was going to be some boundaries related to her interactions with Miller.
Yes.
Okay. Was she supposed to go on another work trip with Jeff Miller soon after the San Luis Obispo trip?
Yes.
To where and when?
So the San Luis Obispo trip ended on Sunday, and on Sunday I was going to fly back to Maui to take care of the kids, and she was flying to Seattle, and she had a week-long business trip in Seattle starting right after this
Right
trip.
after?
Mhm.
She was gonna go straight? And Mr. Miller was supposed to be there?
Yes.
Did you later learn anything about the hotel situation related to that?
Not even later. It was. I mean, so while we were in San Luis Obispo and while we're still talking about all these things, she, I told her basically, I'm not okay with you going to Seattle. And she said, no, I totally understand. And she said, I'm gonna cancel that trip. And she admitted that she had changed her hotel from the hotel that she was supposed to stay in with her primary team that she works with at Terra Power to the hotel that Jeff Miller was in, and they already had dinner plans for Sunday night.
And then she canceled that trip.
But she canceled all of that. So she told work she had a family emergency and couldn't go. And so we flew back together to Maui on Sunday.
You get back to Maui on Sunday, and there was some kind of initial conversations about what needed to happen with her job and whatnot. When you get back to Maui, are you still kind of just trying to figure out how to deal with this whole situation?
Yes.
Did you tell anyone other than Gianna and Brian?
No.
And was that for the reasons you talked about earlier about Ariel's reputation?
Yes.
But you did. We saw the email that you sent at some point to Mr. Miller's wife, right?
Oh, yeah. And I did that in San Luis Obispo.
Yeah. And that was in San Luis Obispo. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, that's the day that I found out.
Yeah. And
Well, I mean, that's not true. That's the day that I confronted her about it.
And why'd you do that?
I just felt that if I was in her shoes, I would want to know.
Okay. Okay. So now you get back to Maui, and to your knowledge, immediately after was as far as you knew, Ariel limiting contact with Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Did she ever start to look for a new job?
Yes, right when we got to Maui, she was updating her CV and her LinkedIn profile and looking for jobs.
All right. At some point, did you start listening to some audiobooks and trying to get some advice about how to heal from this?
Yes.
And what did you learn from those books about what, was necessary if you guys were going to even have a chance at this?
Yeah. Listen to several books and talk to Bryant a lot, and there's a lot of different things that the books recommend. But the five main things are basically, the first is always to terminate the affair, obviously, and terminate all contact with other cheating spouse.
Okay.
And all the books talk about, and if this is something at your workplace, you need to quit your job or move departments or something like that, because it's something that's commonly happens between coworkers. And then the second thing is that the cheating spouse needs to put in the work to understand all of the damage that they've caused to the relationship, and because it's not immediately apparent just how deep the trust issues are going to impact things, and potentially putting the family dynamics and the kids at risk and things like that, and all the different ways that you hurt your spouse. And so that was the second thing. The third thing is
was there anything about privacy?
Yeah, so one of the main things is actively rebuilding trust, and that means that you're going to have to proactively give up privacy and then also tolerate some invasion of privacy, meaning basically you need to tolerate if your partner is saying like, hey, can I see your phone for a sec and see who you're talking to, or hey, I can I see who you're emailing, so
not get defensive.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, and did you discuss those things with Ariel?
Yes.
And what was she doing these things?
In the beginning, and then very inconsistently the rest of the month.
Very what?
Very inconsistently the rest of the month.
So she was kind of initially willing to do some of these things, but then seemed to become unwilling?
Yeah. So basically, it seemed like her whole attitude changed really within a few days of us getting back to Maui.
Tell us about that.
She started minimizing the affair and trying to say that it wasn't like a big deal. And she started blaming me for the affair and just saying like, well, you caused some of these things and some of the,
Okay.
telling me some of the things that I was doing that, potentially contributed her doing.
Was she open to your questions about, hey, let me see your phone, or who are you calling?
Like on and off, she would get defensive and get irritated at me, basically asking those things.
So when she was kind of now backing off of some of the things you guys initially agreed to, did that cause you to kind of go into detective mode again and look into, try to obtain more information about the extent of her relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah.
What new information, if any, did you learn at that point?
I was trying to talk to her about the affair and just trying to get more details, because we didn't talk about it in detail in San Luis Obispo. We were just kind of talking about big picture. Are we going to stay together?
Okay.
Are we going to move out?
But she admitted
all
to
these
it, though,
things.
right?
Yeah, she admitted to it. And then later, a few weeks later, I was looking, and the two main things that I found out. Let me just back up. So I was trying to ask her more questions about the affair, and she wouldn't basically engage and answer questions. And so everything that I found out is I basically found out on my own. And I found out that when they were in South Africa on our phone bill, actually, there's records of them texting just through regular text, like up through past like 10 o'clock on that night that she never got back to me.
Okay.
And then again, like a 1-minute phone call at 5:30 the next morning, local time. And I was like, that seems odd. And then in that combined with in the work thread that they had on WhatsApp, not the personal one, the work one, the next morning, they're talking about work stuff, but then they're also talking about how they can barely stay awake and they're both so tired and
so that made you wonder.
Yeah, I just.
Okay, what else did you learn? What else new things did you
learn? And then the other thing was just the sheer scope of the number of deleted messages, because I saw that WhatsApp has a statistics area where you can go to for the app that shows you how many total messages have been sent or received since the last reset of the app, and she had deleted over 10,000 messages during that time.
Over what period of time?
I'm assuming during, so the thread was created on June 4th, and I'm not sure when. She said that the affair started after the South Africa trip, is what she admitted to me. So it was either over 3 months or 6 months.
And you just start doing some
but it's like 50 to 100 or like 60 to 120 messages a day. If it's averaged throughout the whole day, and then 19 hours of phone and video calls too.
Okay. This is probably a dumb question, but did that make you feel better or worse about the situation?
No, it made me feel worse, and I was just feeling worse about the whole situation overall, because it takes some time to kind of process all the emotions involved with it and realize all the implications of this. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
I was getting worse definitely in December.
The new information that you discovered, did you discuss it with her or try to?
I tried.
And how did that go?
She really wouldn't engage about anything with the affair. She kept saying like, stop asking me questions. It feels like you're asking me 21 questions, like, things like that.
After, this new information, and now it's kind of seems like it's regressing her attitude. Did you ever ask her to move out in December again?
I did. Yeah.
Tell us how many times?
2 times.
And what happened?
So the first time was around the middle of the month. I just told her, like, you're not doing what you said you were going to do, which is to take accountability for your actions and to basically do whatever it takes to heal the marriage. At that point in time, she became very apologetic and said, "I'm so sorry. Like, you're right. Like, I'll do all those things." But
Is there-
again, that didn't last. And so
Was there a
then-
second time?
the second time was, and I remember the date because we had our first couples therapy session was scheduled for December 27th, and December 26th we got into a big argument about the same thing, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night, and
Did you ask her to move out?
and yeah, so I asked her to move out, and I ended up sleeping on the couch that night.
And again, okay, so
Yeah.
so when you would bring up moving out, then she would say, okay, I'm sorry, and she would say she would recommit.
On the 26th, nothing was resolved that
Okay.
night. We just kind of got in a big argument, and I left and went to go sleep on the couch.
Now, were you having? I mean, again, probably a dumb question, but were you having a hard time with all of this?
Yes.
Did you? Could we pull up State's Exhibit S105 that's in evidence, please, Mr. Dirks? Did you turn to any sources to try and help yourself get some advice, get some healing? We talked about the audiobooks. There was this exhibit about Reddit as one after infidelity. What is that about? Were you looking at this? And tell the jury why, if you were.
Yeah, no, it's just a thread about people that are struggling with finding out their spouses had cheated, basically,
Okay.
and advice and also just kind of sharing stories so you feel like you're not alone.
Were you trying to get to a point where you could feel okay? Gerhard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
In other words, you didn't rush straight to get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Kick you out of the house.
No, not at all.
Okay. But
No.
it was hard. Was it hard?
It was extremely hard, and
But you were the audiobooks, Reddit. You were trying to get to a good place. Is that right?
yes.
We can take that down. By the way, there was this mention about the word Darvo the other day by
Yes.
Inuma. What is? I mean, did it come up on the Reddit thread?
It did.
And what is that about?
And I don't remember the acronym, but basically it was I came across it, and it's basically something that quite often happens. And so basically, the person that got caught having the affair, sometimes in the weeks after, they would try to turn the tide. So they would try to kind of take the spotlight off of them and move it to the other person, and basically say like, wow, but but you did this and this,
Okay.
And so it's
I think he said
a fairly
something like-
common thing that
Yeah.
people try to do to just to
Become
deflect
defensive.
yeah.
I think it was like attack. I forget what, but basically, it's there was actually a term for it.
Yeah.
And from what you read, it's when the person who did the cheating tries to deflect and kind of turn it back on you.
Exactly.
Did that resonate with you when you learned about that
Yes.
term, Darvo?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because that's what she was doing.
Okay.
So throughout December, it just felt like she was, minimizing what she had done, and then she started bringing up all these things about our relationship, other things.
Okay, and I'm going to get to
and-
that. The audiobooks, can we pull up Exhibit D 126, please? Did you both listen to an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair? Or How to Help Your Spouse
yes.
Heal from Your Affair? See that?
Yes.
And these are text messages between.
I'm sorry, what exhibit is this?
Sorry. D 126. I believe it's in evidence.
It is not.
It is. 1 second.
Take it down.
I apologize. So I did ask her about it. There was text messages between the two of you guys about an audiobook called How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that a audiobook you both listen to in your efforts to try and get to a better place?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I listened to it, and she told me she did.
Now, you heard her testify that she told the detective that her interactions with Mr. Miller were some flirty texts. From what you saw back then and discovered, was that an accurate description of the extent of her relationship with Mr. Miller?
Not at all.
Proper impeachment.
No, over.
Prior inconsistent.
Understand. Over.
Let me ask that again. You had conversations with Ariel where she admitted to the affair, yes?
Yes.
You saw the communications that she had with Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes.
There was all this stuff you just talked about. You heard her say, and when the detective asked her about it, she said there was no affair, and she described it as flirty text. From everything that you learned about this situation, was that an accurate description of what was going on between her and Mr. Miller?
No.
Sustained. That's answer stricken.
Isn't that? I'm sorry, I apologize. That's not the same question I asked. So you know?
No.
Okay. Let me think of what that last question was then. From what you, let me ask you this. I apologize. Let me ask you this way. From everything that you learned and you knew, was her relationship with Mr. Miller, can it accurately be described as just some flirty text?
No.
Sustained.
From what everything you learned and knew, was all that was going on between them flirty texts?
Objection. Same objection. Slightly different question. Overruled.
No.
We'll talk to you whenever there's a convenient break. We'll take our.
I think we're almost to a good place.
Just let me know.
Yeah, maybe 5-10 more minutes. Okay, if everyone's okay with that. Anybody? Okay. You know, we just talked about the audiobooks. Did she also admit in text messages to you that she had an affair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, do you guys start counseling?
Yes.
And what did you want counseling to be about?
About the affair.
Okay. And what did counseling turn into?
Mostly other things in our relationship.
Okay.
Also a little bit about the affair, but mostly other things in the
Okay.
relationship.
This might be a good time for a break.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute recess. Ms. McCallum can get you at 2:40. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All right.
The jury probably like, oh my gosh. This man, he gonna have us here for days. Talking about nothing. Okay, so they are on a break. Y'all know we in real time, so it ain't nothing I can do about it. They on a short break. They were tired of hearing of them. They was like, we gotta go take a break after lunch. Let me see. It is in Hawaii, it is, yeah, it's only 2:34. So he will be probably on the stand for the rest of the day, y'all. So get ready. It's the rest of the day for him. Because I know the prosecution team, when they get somebody on the stand and it's the defendant, they be ready to eat them up. So, and I think like even when we talk about the doctor that was just on the stand prior to Jared taking the stand, the prosecution had him on there answering more questions than the defense even had him answering. So I don't think this prosecutor is going to really go light on him. And he done took almost an hour and a half. Yeah, about an hour and a half so far of telling us about all of this stuff that don't make no difference. Get to the mountain. That's what I want. Get to the mountain. Hold on, y'all.
When the live stream flickers on and Sweet Pea takes a stand, Lynn is already there, coffee in hand. She settles in for the long trials, the twists and the turns, with a loyal heart and steady eyes that never miss a word. She's a constant in the courtroom, a familiar shining face, always ready for the arguments, the tension and the pace. And when the evidence is messy or the stories sound untrue, she leans forward just a little. Lynn knows what to do, 'cause Lynn thinks everyone is guilty, every suspect, every tale. Melody Fair is guilty, she says without fail, but Dr. Rachel shakes her head. Sure, the son is to blame, still Lynn stands firm, her verdict stays the same. Oh, she brings the truth with a calm, steady light, and her presence is a comfort on every trial night. She listens with devotion through each objection and plea, through the cross-exams and pauses. She's where she needs to be, in the sea of courtroom chaos where tempers sometimes flare. Lynn remains unshaken, a voice of reason there. And though the chat may chatter and the theories may divide, Lynn's perspective never wavers. She speaks with honest pride. She keeps the room grounded when emotions run loose, a quiet force reminding us she's here to find the truth. Yes, Lynn thinks everyone is guilty, that's just her way. From the first opening statement to the end of the day, Dr. Rachel can argue the son's the one at fault, but Lynn won't budge. She's rendered her final thought. We appreciate her always for her loyalty and her proof, 'cause the church shines a little brighter when Lynn brings the truth. Junkie on the freeway, white claw in the brakes. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in check. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the free. We the California's rolling deep online. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big, you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing, got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah, yeah. Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
We the California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost links to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, 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 we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, can't remix this. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Californians, 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 yes.
It's after dark, where the filters fall, where we talk about the things you don't say at all. Sweet peas in a chair saying, tell it how it is. We unpack real life, not just courtroom biz. It's opinions, confessions, messy and true. Real talk, real laughs, and a grown-up view. Not gossip, not drama, it's truth with style. You can plead the fifth, but we'll still see you smile. We don't tiptoe around the hard conversation. Oh, oh, oh. We break it down with truth and speculation. Hey, therapy, law, comedy, insight. That's what trial talk sounds like at night. Take the trial after dark, where the real ones speak and the truth hits hard. No scripts, no filters, no playing polite. We say what we think after day turns to night. Turn up the talk, let opinions ignite. Take it to trial. Tonight. Film freaks got receipts in the hidden scenes. TYK breaks it down like a therapy machine.
All right, Gerhard, before we get back into the counseling, there were 2 exhibits I wanted to.
Topics get deep and Jason walks in with that wise guy grin and the chat yells, here comes the chaos again.
So, you know, Gerhard, we're talking about the audio books that you guys would, you and Ariel were kind of reading to, bouncing off each other and learning from. Did you guys text each other about it?
Yes.
Can you just look through this text? Look through this document and let me know, is that a fair interpretation of the text messages you guys were having back then related to some of the audio books you were listening to?
After dark tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to.
Gerhard Konig, 1 CPC.25.373. Dr. Gerhard Konig is present in court on the stand and still all four counts of record offenses. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Taki, can you continue on with the direct examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Gerhard, before we get back into the counseling, there were two exhibits I wanted to introduce, or at least attempt to introduce. This is exhibit 126. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Gerhard, we're talking about the audio books that you and Ariel were kind of reading to get, bouncing off each other, learning from. Did you guys text each other about it?
Yes.
Can you just look through this text and look through this document and let me know, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages you guys are having back then related to some of the audio books you were listening to?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 126.
Mr. Gardner, no objection. What is your mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D126 is received as evidence?
Mr. Dirks, could we please now publish the first page? So if we can blow up this top part here, how to help this one here, Mr. Dirks, please? Yeah. So one of the books that she was willing to listen to was called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair, yes?
Yes.
All right, we can take that down. I was asking you about if she admitted to you in text message about a secret affair. May I approach with 125? Huh? Yeah, there. May I approach, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to just quickly thumb through that and take a quick look at it. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages between the two of you on December 9th about the affair?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to amendment 125.
Mr. Gardner, no objection. What has been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit D125 is received as evidence?
Can we, Mr. Dirks, publish it starting on the second page for now? Okay, can we blow up the top part? Just that first message, okay? So this, Gerhard, was this a message that you sent her?
Yes.
You engaged and continued an elaborate secret affair instead of coming to me and asking to work on our relationship. Okay, can we take that down? And then at the bottom there, Mr. Dirks, can we blow up the response? And did she respond to you? If anything, I learned how stupid it was this time and know how to make sure it doesn't happen again. Is that what she texted you back?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Now, Gerhard, you mentioned starting counseling and how it was kind of, about the affair, but kind of turned out to be more about other things in your relationship. There was evidence the other day about this recording device. Did you purchase this audio recording device?
I did.
And why did you do it?
So what was going on, some of what was going on in December, and it kind of came to a head on that morning, right before our first counseling session, okay, is that she said that, basically she's so upset about other things going on in the relationship, okay, that she wasn't sure if she wanted to stay with me, and that, and then she kind of blurted out that Gianna thinks I'm a monster, and she had talked to her mom, and her mom also agreed that this isn't a big deal. And so I was really concerned and suspicious that she was basically lying to them and telling them a completely different version of what was going on in our relationship, and then also what the affair entailed.
Okay. And so the audio device was what?
So I was like, I have to catch her in a lie, basically. And so it was me like thinking like kind of like an engineer. How do I fix this? And I was like, I fix it by getting more evidence. And so so I bought that in the hopes of basically. So I was going to use it to record conversations that we would have, and then the two of us. And then if things weren't moving in the right direction, I can be like, listen, this is what you said. Listen, like this is what she's telling me, because if she's telling a different story to her mom Judy and to Gianna, then I could basically catch her in a lie.
Did you end up actually using it?
I tested it and figured out how to use it, and never actually used it for that purpose. We ended up not ever talking about the affair at home, and that was kind of one of the other things that she was able to do through therapy, is that we were not allowed to discuss the affair at home anymore.
Okay. And you know, back at that time, where your head was kind of just spinning, and were you just trying to figure out how to get through it?
Yes.
Okay. So you start counseling, and you mentioned that you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore. And were you talking about it much at counseling? A little bit. So the counselor that we went to on Maui, the first couples counselor, it was fantastic, and it was in-person counseling, and she really listened to us both, and made us both feel hopeful, because she basically said, like, you know, this isn't the end of the world, everything that I'm hearing, and as long as you guys are both committed to making this work, like, this is, you know, we're going to get to a better place at the end of this. And so it felt very, very hopeful in that sense. Okay.
But the counseling sessions themselves were focused on other things, and then also on like general kind of relationship building things.
All right. So heading
in those
now,
first
you
few
know,
months.
in February, you know, heading towards March. Overall, how after you know, I guess they're in counseling for a little bit, and overall, how were things going?
Good, actually. I mean, I felt really hopeful, and in kind of hindsight, I would describe it as taking Tylenol when you're sick, right? It makes you feel better. It's not actually addressing the illness. It's not actually, you know, you're not doing anything about the disease itself, but it felt better because we were learning, you know, communication techniques. We were doing a bunch of exercises to kind of define what we wanted our relationship to be like at the end of this, and things like that.
And you
we
weren't
were
really
also
you mentioned not talking too much about the affair at home.
Yeah, and so we weren't allowed to talk about the affair at home, and either, so it kind of made home life easier,
Okay.
in that sense too.
Let me ask you this: heading into March, were you still committed to trying to make this work?
Yes.
Heading into March, were you still hoping that you guys could work through it?
Yeah.
So now we're into March, and as we've learned, Ariel's birthday is in March. The trip to Oahu, how did it come up?
I have to schedule my vacation basically 1 year in advance. So we plan vacation as a group, and we have to cover a bunch of different sites and stuff. And so we have like a vacation lottery like a year in advance. And so I had the week off of her birthday already.
Oh, you had scheduled from before? You had scheduled your vacation around her birthday?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I had the week off for her birthday. That's one of the weeks that I had gotten off, and I always do that. I try to get her birthday off and my birthday off and things like that. So I asked her, you know, what do you want to do? And she said, well, we don't have to do anything, but you know, I've never been to Oahu. I would like to go Oahu at some point. It doesn't have to be this trip, but
Let me stop you there. So the concept of going on a staycation to Oahu was first floated by who?
by her.
Okay. But to be fair, she said, but we don't need to do it. I don't know if it's the right time. And what did you say in response to that?
I said, I mean, there's no reason not to. I have the time off, and she could take the time off. And
did you think it would be a healthy thing for you guys to do, given everything you've just been through the last couple of months?
Yeah, I thought it was great. We had just been to California for a week with the kids, and that went really well. And so we had taken like a nice family trip, and it just seemed like it would be nice to take a couple's weekend away.
Had you forgotten about the affair and Mr. Miller or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were still hopeful and working towards a better place.
Yes.
And you thought the trip might be a good part of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So she brings it up. She says, maybe it doesn't have to be now, but you say, no, let's do it. And do you start to plan the trip?
Yeah, I do.
What day were you guys going to get to Oahu?
Sunday.
And what airline were you going to? Well, you flew over on an airline, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
From the Maui airport.
Yeah, I can't remember which airline.
Okay. But from the Maui airport.
Yeah, from Maui to Oahu.
Did you and Ariel check bags or carry on?
Just carry on.
Did you go through the TSA checkpoint with her and your carry-on bags.
Yes,
Were there any problems going through the TSA checkpoint?
not at all. No, the bags weren't searched or anything.
You land on Oahu on Sunday now, I think you said?
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning. What was planned for the first day?
The first day, we were gonna do like a couples spa therapy, like a couples massage at the hotel,
Okay.
and then just walk around Waikiki and shop and just kind of explore Waikiki.
And was that what you guys did?
Yes,
And how'd it go?
it went great. Yeah.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me also approach, please, or may I please approach with Exhibit D 173. Okay, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you this. What is that a photograph of?
That's a photo of us in the hotel room.
On the 23rd of March.
Yes.
Is a current accurate depiction of how you guys looked the day before this incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit D 173.
Mr. Varner. No objection. Move to mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D 173's proceedings evidence.
May we please publish?
Yes.
Zoom in again. Is this the hotel room you guys are in?
Yes.
Okay, and it's the day before the hike, yes?
Yes.
All right. We can take that now. Did you go to dinner the first night?
Yes.
Second day, you guys are going to be there. Were you planning on going on a hike?
Yes.
And why? Why a hike? Tell us about that. Is that something you guys would do often? Tell the jury about that, hiking.
Yeah. So we would hike often, and we would travel often too. So we pretty much wherever we went, we typically would hike at some point during the trip. And we weren't like crazy campers or anything like that. So we wouldn't do like a bunch of overnight things, but we like to do hikes. And she also wanted to see Oahu, and so I was looking for hikes that we could do that would kind of show the island.
Okay. And I'll get back to the particular hike and why you chose that one. But did Ariel enjoy hiking?
Yes.
Something you guys did all the time?
All the time.
Okay. I believe D 156 is in evidence. May I publish D 156, Your Honor?
Please.
Okay. Can we zoom in on that photo? So is that
Yeah, that's at Iao on Maui.
okay? And that's a hike you guys would do.
It's like a secret hike behind the Iao monument that you can do if you know where it is.
Some steep cliffs here and there.
A lot of them, yeah.
All right, you can take that down. You know, there was testimony about how the hikes that day on the Palipuka Trail, it made her feel uncomfortable, Ariel. Had you guys been on hikes or activities before with equal or greater heights and cliffs?
Definitely.
Did you guys ever go bungee jumping?
We did.
Okay. Tell the jury about that, where that was and what that was like.
Yeah, so we got engaged in South Africa. We did a 2-week trip there and met a lot of my family and friends and did a lot of sightseeing and got engaged. And as part of that trip,
was a bungee jump.
We went bungee jumping.
Yeah. Off of what?
It's called Blokran's Bridge. It's a bridge that spans a beautiful canyon in South Africa, and it's a 700-foot bungee jump. It's one of the tallest bungee jumps, one of the tallest commercial bungee jumps in the world. And
Ariel did that?
Yes.
Could we please also pull up Exhibit D 149? That's already in evidence. Let's let the clerk confirm it.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Would you guys go zip lining? Or
Yes.
have you gone zip lining?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Costa Rica.
That's in Costa Rica? Costa Rica?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. In your entire relationship, when you know there were, whether it would be bungee jumping, the hikes with steep cliffs, zip lining, had she ever expressed any concern about hikes before?
We are both very cautious people, and we stay safe, and so we don't end up going close to the edge. Our friend Gianna likes to go like and
Okay.
pose for crazy pictures, and we didn't pose for the like super crazy pictures, but we would always do the hikes and without any concern.
Okay.
As long
Even
as-
ones with steep drop off.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. Now, there was testimony from Detective E. Numa about some of the searches you did on hikes. And first of all, there was some searches in there about Maui hikes. Why were you searching hikes about Maui in that early March time period?
I was looking for hikes on Oahu, and then while I was looking at hikes, I just started kind of looking at hikes that I had meant to look up in Maui too. We hiked a lot on Maui, and we had done all of the kind of the ones that are easier to find out about, and so we were talking to a bunch of people that are from Maui and getting recommendations for hikes. And so when I was looking up hikes, I was looking up some of the Maui hikes as well. I also looked up some hikes on Kauai that I'd heard about that I wanted to do in the future.
Did you also hike with Emil?
All the time.
On Maui?
On Maui, yeah. He loved hiking and jumping off waterfalls.
Okay. So you do the research. Do you come across the Palipuka hike?
Yes.
And what did you learn about it, and why did you choose that one? What were the things that made you choose that one over the other ones that you researched?
It just seemed like a really cool spot that you end up in, where there's this hole in the mountain you can look through and take pictures. The hike itself seemed fun because it provided a bunch of great views, but it was also kind of close to Waikiki, and it wasn't too long of a hike.
Why did it matter if it was really long or not?
We didn't want to spend the whole day out. So we were only going to be here from Sunday to Tuesday. And so Monday was our the only day that we were here the whole day. And we wanted to hang out by the pool for
So
part
was
of
the
the
plan, go on this kind of shorter hike and then go hang out at the pool the rest of the day?
Yeah.
Did you also make a dinner reservation at
Yes.
Set
Yes.
for that night?
Yes.
Did you explain to Ari ahead of time that you had found this Palipuka hike?
Yes.
Did you tell her a little bit about it?
Yeah.
Did she object to it in any way?
No, not at all. She sounded excited.
Excuse me?
She sounded excited.
Okay, second day. Now, you said the plan was short hike, spend some time at the pool, go to dinner. Let's talk about that day. So that was that her birthday, we've heard?
Yes.
So you guys wake up, and already in evidence is State's Exhibit 133. May we publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you give her a birthday card that day?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're not going to read the whole thing, but did you mean the words you wrote in there?
I did.
Did you? We can take that down. Did you also get her a birthday present?
I did.
What did you get her?
It was a necklace, like a Koa wood silver necklace.
Okay. You wake up. What do you do before heading out to the hike?
We had breakfast at the hotel, and then next door to the hotel was a bakery where we got some coffee and some pastries.
Okay. May I approach with D175?
Yes.
What is this a photo of? Well, do you recognize it?
Oh, that's Ari at breakfast at the hotel.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how she appeared on the day before you left for the hike?
Yes.
All right. Could we please admit D175 into evidence?
Mr. Garner? No objection. What has been marked for identification as defendant's exhibit D175 is received into evidence.
Can we please publish? Okay. So this is a photo from that morning before the hike?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can take that down. Thank you. Now, as you're, were you going to drive to the hike?
Yeah, we had a rental car.
Now, did you receive an email that morning that you shared with Ariel before the hike dealing with life insurance?
Yes.
So first of all, let me ask you, let's back up a little bit. You talked about January, February, and you guys kind of get to this place where you're in counseling and you guys decide you're going to be together and you're working on it. Did there come a time when part of what you did during that time was assess the life insurance situation of you and Ariel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
And really, it was pulling the trigger on life insurance. So I used to have life insurance in Pittsburgh through my employer, and didn't have life insurance when we moved to Maui, and it was always on the to-do list, and just got busy with life and other things. Originally looked into it the previous year, but never went so far as to contact the life insurance agent and actually go through with it. And in January, we were kind of working on big picture relationship things, and I was like, oh shoot, we still have to get life insurance. And so I talked to Ari, and we both applied for life insurance at the same time at the end of
Did you
January.
get the same amount?
No.
Why not?
The idea was that if one spouse would die, the other one would be able to continue on and live in the same house. And so it was, since I made significantly more money than she did, it was basically enough money that she could pay off the house if I would die.
So what so what was the plan in terms of the amount you were trying to get on your life for her?
1.5 million.
Okay. And then when you guys did the analysis of what, if something happened to her, you would still have your salary to pay for the house and whatnot.
That's right.
So what was the amount that was decided for her?
$250,000.
Okay. And the 1.5 million that you were trying to get on your life, was she the beneficiary?
Yes.
Okay. And vice versa?
Yes.
Okay. So 250 if something happened to her, but 1.5 million to her if something happened to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when you went about securing the 1.5 million on your life for her, did it happen in two parts?
It did.
And so the first part was for how much?
1 million.
And when did that roughly get approved in relation to March 24th?
A few weeks before.
Okay. The morning of March 24th, did you receive an email about the other 500?
Yes.
And what was the email?
That policy had gone through, and I needed to DocuSign the final document to make it effective.
And did you DocuSign it that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, can I approach with D116?
Yes.
Dr. Konig, I'm showing you D116. I want you to look at it, and a lot of pages to it, but just the first page. Like, tell me what is D116?
This is the email from AAA Life that is asking me to DocuSign the policy.
Okay. And what date and time did you receive? Well,
I received it on Monday, March 24th at Monday, March 24th, 2025 at 8:02 a.m.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the email and attachments you received on the morning of the hike?
Yes.
Your Honor, I asked to move it into evidence.
No, Judge. Motion to mark for identification as defendant's exhibit D116 is received into evidence.
Could we please publish the first page, Mr. Dirks? Okay. So let's look at this. Okay. So Gerhard, at the top it says, please DocuSign. It has your name. It has the AAA life insurance. I guess that's AAA. Is that who you did?
Yes.
Is that who you got your life insurance from?
Yes.
And the date there is March 24th, 8:02. Is that right?
That's right.
And this was for the extra 500 you were adding on to the million of life insurance you got for her a few weeks before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss this additional 500 that went through with Ms. Konig, and that the email came in and you DocuSign? Did you tell her about that before the hike on March 24th, 2025?
I did, because we were in the parking lot after the coffee shop, and I was on my phone. I was like, oh, you know what? My, the last of my life insurance just went through. They're asking me to DocuSign it, and so I was doing that.
All right, we can take that.
Just want to let her know that I'm not like just texting or something, like, because we were out together.
Okay. So you were telling her what it was
Mhm.
that you were looking at.
You're nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so from that point on, if something happened to you and in an accident or whatnot, she would get $1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
You guys drive up to the Poly Lookout after that?
Yes,
You get to the parking lot. Was it crowded when you got there?
it was.
Did you guys go? What did you guys do first after you parked?
We went to go. Actually, I think she went to the restroom first.
And the porta potty?
No, there's a bathroom
Okay.
at the lookout,
Okay.
and then we went to the lookout.
You went to the lookout. Now, Miss Konig testified about this thing about how it looked like they were hikers trying to find a trailhead, and then you said, oh wait, we want to be alone. Did that happen?
No.
How hard is it to find the trailhead?
It's not hard if you know where it is. It's not marked with a sign or anything, but it's right behind the the bright blue porta potties, and there's a permanent rock wall, and it's like rock, like kind of almost like an altar right there. So if you know what to look for, it's really easy to find.
After looking at the lookout, did you guys start the hike?
Yes.
You head up the trail, and as you're heading up the trail, did you guys stop and take any photos?
Yes.
Okay, and can we? I believe S-131 is in evidence. Can we publish it? Let's just let the court confirm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so is this a photo that was on right after you, kind of shortly before you? I mean, right when you started the hike? It was.
Yes.
And who posted that?
Ari did.
Okay, let's take that down. Now, continuing on the hike. What happens at some point? What did something happen that led to an argument?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened that led to an argument. Well, first of all, how far up into the hike was it?
Not very far. Just like 5 minutes. Like after about 5 minutes of hiking, you get to a part where it flattens out a bit, and the edge isn't like the cliffside isn't open, but there's a couple of spots where you can get to the cliffside if you wanted to. So we're kind of still in that area, the same area that picture was taken.
Okay.
And Ari says, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something. I'm working on this project with Jeff Miller, and I'm gonna need to travel with him again, and I need you to be okay with that. Is that okay?"
Okay. And so she was kind of telling you like, hey, there's just things at work going on. I need you to be okay with this. And asking you to trust her.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you mentioned you guys weren't talking about the affair at home anymore because of counseling, correct?
That's correct.
And you guys weren't talking about it in counseling a lot at that time?
We hadn't gotten to that kind of the core of it yet.
So she brings this up. What is your reaction to it?
I'm very surprised. Yeah.
Were you upset and angry?
I wasn't angry. I was surprised and upset. And I told her no. Like I'm not okay with that. And not only am I not okay with that, like I'm never going to be okay with that. Like we haven't dealt with that part. Like the only reason why I was okay with her still even working there is because we had placed these limits on their communication. But in my mind, like she still needed at some point to quit her job, and this was only put on hold while we were trying to deal with all these other things. She basically said like, well, I can't quit my job right now because I don't even know if I want to stay with you. So we were dealing with like the issues that she brought up first, but it's not like any of the affair had been resolved at all. Like it had just kind of been put on hold. And so
how did you feel that she would even think that this would even be okay?
Yeah. I mean, it made me realize that we were just not on the same page at all in terms of like, here I am just kind of like sublimating my feelings and focusing on her hurt and waiting patiently for her to do the same to me. And this made me feel like she wasn't intending on doing that ever.
So what did you say back to her? Were you guys kind of arguing about it?
Yeah, we were for sure arguing.
Okay. And then, so what did you say anything to her?
I just said,
out?
Yeah, I said like I need you to move out. Like this has gone far enough. I need you to move out. And I'm going to tell people why you're moving out, and I'm going to show them what you did, because like unless you face this and unless you take full accountability for this, like we're never going to get through this.
So and that was like after you guys have been kind of arguing for a while about. I mean, an argument starts. You guys are arguing. You're telling her no. You're telling her all these things.
Yeah, I mean the argument developed more more slowly than what just happened. And there was other things said too, but
That's how it culminated with you telling her, well, if that's the case, if that's how you feel, you got to move on.
yes.
What did she say anything to you about her mom and Gianna?
She did. So like earlier in the conversation, she'd be like, well, what if my mom chaperones my work trips with him? And I was like, no, like, I'm still not okay with that. Like, and that's not a long-term viable solution. And then later in the argument, when things kind of got heated, she was like, actually, my mom just said that she'll chaperone the trip and she thinks Jeff is interesting and can't wait to meet him. And I'm like, you're obviously telling them a whole different version of what happened than me.
So in the argument, in her effort to say for you to be okay with it and go on the trip, she said, well, what if my mom chaperones me?
Yes.
After, it comes to this point in the argument where you say, well, you know what, you got to move out there. I'm going to tell everybody what you did. I mean, it was it got to kind of it was not a good conversation. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do next?
I stomped off. I just stomped off up the trail. And this was a point where we were both really kind of just upset with each other. And I went one way and she went the other way.
How far up did you go?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Why did you turn around?
I was kind of at a loss of not kind of a loss. I was I just didn't want to be there. Like
did it make sense for you to keep going on this hike?
No. I like 5 to 10 minutes in, I was like realizing kind of where I was, and I was like, I don't want to be here. I want to go home and like start dealing with what we need to deal with. I don't want to, I got to the point where it opens up and it's like these beautiful views, and I'm like there by myself and upset. And I was like, I don't want to be on this hike by myself, upset, and I don't want to do this hike. I'm going to come back and do this hike at a different time when I'm happy. I was really looking forward to doing the hike.
When you headed back down, were you expecting Ariel to be where you had left her?
No.
Where were you expecting her to be?
I thought she went to the car because I saw her head down the trail.
And there was testimony that when she said when you got there, you said, oh, you're still here. Did you say that?
Yes.
And is that because you assumed she had gone back to the parking lot?
Yes.
How far away from the parking lot were you guys when this argument started?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Or less, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Now you get back. What is her demeanor and behavior like now?
Like a 180 reversal, basically. So she was like extremely apologetic, and said, basically, I'm so sorry. You're right. Like, I need to take accountability and like, let's just, not ruin the day. I don't want to ruin the day. I don't want to ruin our trip. And let's keep talking about this in therapy. And she said like, I won't travel with Jeff.
Did you guys end up taking a selfie?
Yeah. First she was like, again, like almost manic, like super happy, and was trying to basically, get me to be in a better mood. And she was like, I'm gonna climb this tree, take pictures of me in this tree. And so she handed me her phone and I took some pictures of her in the tree. And then after that, she said, let's take a selfie by the cliff's edge.
That was her idea.
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys take one?
We did.
And what happened after that?
Right after the selfie, I just remember kind of staying at the edge there and looking over the edge and just kind of still in thought about everything that had just happened and what's going on. And then I felt like a shove, and I was almost pushed over the edge.
Okay. You felt a shove. Okay. Who shoved you?
Ari did.
What did you do right after that?
Barely caught myself and turned around and looked at her and was like, what the fuck was that? Like,
okay. Turn around and it was like, what, like, was like kind of in shock. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you move towards her?
Yeah, I did. I was like, just asking her like, what was that? And started walking towards her. Okay. Cause at this point she was like 5 or 10 feet away from me.
Okay. So you walked towards her. And you mentioned when you're walking towards you, where were your hands?
Out.
Okay. Now, did you get close to her?
Yes, eventually. Yeah. Well,
And by the way, when you start walking towards her, is she saying anything?
not initially, but I turn around and I'm asking her like, what the hell's, what the fuck just happened and what's going on? And as I'm starting to walk towards her, she starts yelling.
She starts yelling.
Yeah, help me, help me.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then I just keep walking to her like, what are you doing?
Were you
And I
telling
get
her, like, why are you screaming?
Yeah, what are you doing? And I get to her and I'm like, touching her, just putting my hands on her arms. And I was like, what are you doing? What's going on?
What happens then?
She keeps yelling and she kind of grabs my wrists and throws herself on the ground and pulls me down with her.
So now you guys are on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. When you're on the ground, what starts to happen?
She's holding on to me and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but I'm also at this point trying to let go of, like, trying to get free because she's like actively holding on to me. Like she has her leg like wrapped around one of my legs and like is actively holding on to me and is yelling. And so I'm trying to, get free. And I get my one arm free and I try to use it to get my other arm free. And she grabs me by the testicles. And
okay. Let me stop you there. Did you ever, in the course of this whole thing you described so far, ever try to pull her towards, push her off, or drag her towards the cliff's edge?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you guys you're on the ground. She's kind of holding on to you. You guys are, would you just kind of like a scuffle going on?
Yes.
Okay. And her legs wrapped around you?
Yes.
You mentioned, we got right up to the point where you said she grabbed your testicles. Is that right?
Yes.
How hard did she grab it?
I mean, this was, like
pretty hard.
she like was holding on to me by my testicles, basically, like that hard.
Okay. Did she grab it and let go, or did she grab it and hold on?
She grabbed it and held on.
Now, what happens after she does that?
Then I try to free my testicles. And so I'm like thrashing with, and I get both hands free and I'm trying to get her to let go of my testicles. And then she hits me with a rock on the side of the face.
Okay. She's holding on to your testicles. You're kind of focused on that, obviously. And then at some point while you're focused on that, and
it happened all really fast.
Yeah.
But
that's I'm glad you raised that up. Was this like happening slowly where you had
it
time
all
to-
happened within probably less than a minute, maybe
quickly,
slightly more than a minute, but 2 minutes or something.
but you weren't timing it.
From the moment that like we were on the ground and she was grabbing my testicles was like
it happened quickly.
Everything after the grabbing of the testicles happened very quickly.
Okay. And you weren't timing it or anything.
No.
This is just your estimate. Okay. So now she's holding on to you, she's squeezing your testicles, and you kind of dealing with that. And she's on the ground and you're kind of on top of her?
Yes.
Okay. And you said then you felt you got hit with the rock.
Yes.
Where'd you get hit?
On the left side of my face.
How many times?
She kept doing it. The first blow she landed really well, and after that I was able to block fairly well. She did like land a couple more, but not as bad as the first one.
She still got your testicles?
Yeah, so she's like holding my testicle and just like hitting me like this.
And now do you stop dealing with your testicles?
Just focused on the rock at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it hurt when you got hit with the rock?
It did.
Could we publish what's in evidence as Exhibit D30, Your Honor? Yes. Okay. Gerhard, is this where you got hit with the rock?
Yes.
Is that the area?
Yes.
Right. We can take that down. Now, you get hit with the rock. Explain to the jury what happens next and why.
I was able to wrestle the rock out of her hand.
Does she still have your testicles?
Yes.
Still squeezing them?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was able to so we're like she's hitting me and I'm like blocking and then I start like and I get
Is
her
there a
wrist.
scuffle over the rock?
Yes.
Is it near her face?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
it's
And
it's
then what
right.
happens?
And I finally get the rock.
What'd you do?
I hit her with the rock.
How many times do you think you hit her?
I hit her 2 times.
And when you did, was she still holding on to your testicles?
Yes.
At least initially?
Yes.
Why did you hit her? Why did you react that way?
Just on instinct to defend myself.
How fast was this all happening? Pretty fast?
Really fast.
In between when she hit you with the rock and in between the time she hit you with the rock and when you hit her with the rock, were you able to safely retreat and get away from her?
No.
Yeah. Why not?
She was holding on to me.
Including your testicles?
Yes.
Did you hit her in the face or the eye with the rock?
No.
Where you said 2 times, where did you hit her?
On the side of the head.
So we've seen these photos of the stellate laceration. You caused that by hitting her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you continue to hit her after those 2 hits?
No.
And why not?
Because she stopped fighting. She let go of my testicles, and I was
Okay.
able to stand up.
And then you stopped.
Yes.
There was testimony about the 2 witnesses. Did you stop hitting her because the witnesses showed up?
No, I didn't know that they were there until after I stood up.
Did you see blood?
Yes.
Was there a lot of blood?
There was a lot of blood.
Did you see her kind of scoot down towards the witnesses?
Yes.
Did you try to stop her in any way?
No.
You let her get to them.
Yes.
Did you hear her yelling to the witnesses, he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
Gerhard, did you have any syringes on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to poke her or stab her with any syringes?
No.
Okay. Now, Gerhard, she scoots away. She's now with the 2 witnesses. You see a lot of blood. What do you physically do next?
I'm just in a daze, and I just kind of watch her crawl away and then leave with the other 2 hikers.
Okay, she got the hikers. What do you do next? Was her bag and your bag there?
Yeah, so I just kind of reflexively gathered up all of our stuff, and then I start walking up the trail.
Let me ask you this. At this point, immediately following what just happened, you saw, you guys had this scuffle. You saw a lot of blood. What was your state of mind and emotional state like right now, right at this point that we're at?
Severe emotional distress.
How did you feel at that time about the fact that you had responded and defended
Horrible.
yourself? Let me finish the
Horrible.
question.
Sorry.
How did you feel about the fact that even though you say it was, you were defending yourself, how did you feel about that she was bleeding?
I felt horrible.
Did you ever plan on hurting her that day?
No.
Did you ever want to hurt her that day?
No.
You reacted to defend yourself in the heat of that moment. You said yes.
Yes.
But did you still feel bad about it?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were in some kind of extreme emotional distress, I think you said. Okay.
Yes.
Did you become, at some point after that, suicidal?
Yes.
Why? Tell the jury why. To the best of your understanding.
I just felt hopeless at that point in terms of everything. Like I felt horrified about what I did to her, like that I caused this to her, that I had resorted to violence against my wife, the person who I loved the most in the world. and just kind of felt hopeless in terms of our relationship too.
Okay.
Um,
And that being said, I mean, in that moment, were you defending yourself when you reacted that way?
yes. Yes.
What did you do next? Now you're heading up the hill. What do you do next?
I just kind of kept walking up and kind of got to the same place that I had made it the last time, where the trail opens up and you're finally on the ridge. And
Were you thinking about jumping?
I already decided. I decided to jump. And kind of last second was made the decision to call Emil just to say goodbye.
So this incident happens. You know, you talked about the emotional state you're in. Did you believe your marriage was over?
Yes.
Did you believe you heard her yelling to the other people that he's trying to kill me?
Yes.
You saw how bloody she was?
Yes.
Did you believe that your career could be over?
Yes.
Did you you became suicidal? Who's the one person in the world you wanted to call
My son Emil.
before you jumped?
Yes.
Were you in a good state of mind when you made that call?
No.
How do you feel about the fact that you put him in that position and made that call to him?
So many feelings because he saved my life that day.
Also, convinced you not to jump?
He saved my life that day, but I put him in this position where he is now, where he thinks I tried to kill her. And for the last year, he's thought that. And
I heard him yesterday only refer to you as the defendant and not as dad.
yes.
Do you blame him? Sorry, one second.
No, I don't blame him. I had such good intentions of calling him, but
In the sense that you wanted to say goodbye.
I wanted just to say goodbye and tell him how he's an amazing person and he should live his life to the fullest. And
Okay. Okay. Let me stop you there. Okay. Let's talk a little more specifics about the call. Okay. First of all, where were you when you faced? Well, was it a FaceTime?
It was FaceTime, yes.
Okay. Where were you when you did this FaceTime call?
It was in a spot where the trail wasn't right next to the cliff edge, because the cliff edge at that point wasn't really an edge. It was like a 10-foot kind of sloped part, and then the edge. And so I was basically between the cliff edge and the trail, kind of hanging on to the side of the mountain.
Was it a pretty kind of steepish area?
Yeah, very steep.
And were you kind of like on the side of the mountain?
Mhm.
Sorry, you gotta.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And so just to be clear, the place you FaceTimed him from, was that the place that the incident took place?
No.
Okay. On the FaceTime, would it have looked like you were on kind of the edge of a mountain?
Yes.
Were you on a speakerphone?
Yes.
I mean, like holding it where he could see your face?
Yes.
Now,
And I showed him the view and where I was. Like,
there was testimony from police officers that it was a windy day and notoriously windy area. Do you recall it being pretty windy that day?
it was windy, yeah, up there.
So you're on the side of a cliff, mountain. You have them on speaker on FaceTime. It's windy. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You were extremely emotional at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the context of this phone call, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Ariel you were calling him to say goodbye, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was your purpose to explain to him every last detail of what happened?
No.
Okay. But you did tell him several things, right?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Ariel had been having an affair?
I did.
Did you tell him that, you know, she got hurt, her head was bleeding?
Yeah, after he asked about the blood on my shirt.
Now, did the word kill come up in the conversation?
It probably did.
What do you recall explaining to him about that?
I don't recall explaining. The only thing I can think of is that I said that she said I tried to kill her.
So let's break back that up.
Yeah.
So you told him that the blood was hers, yes?
Yes.
And you're telling him that you're gonna jump.
And yes.
Okay. And did you tell him something about well, we're gonna get to the part about the police, but you're telling him about how you're gonna jump, and you're saying you heard her say to the witnesses, he tried to kill me. Okay. Were you explaining that to Emil?
No. So
What were you saying?
I was talking to myself at the same time too, and I was basically saying like, because I remember saying like, wow, this is like so hard, because turns out killing yourself is a hard thing to do once you actually like go and do it.
Right.
And so I was like talking to him about like saying goodbye and she had an affair and those things, but then I was also kind of like talking to myself, and I think I was saying to myself like, she said I tried to kill her. She said I tried to kill her.
Okay. Were you confessing to him that you were trying to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Did you have an intention to kill Ari that day?
No.
Okay. Would you have said it that way? I tried to kill Ari that day.
No.
Okay. But you don't dispute that the word kill probably came up.
No.
Okay. And can you understand how Emil in that conversation could have got that impression?
Yes.
Okay. So what else happens in this first call? What do you mean when you say he tried to convince you not to jump?
He just, and I mean, to his credit, I mean, he just reminded me that I had a choice, basically.
Okay. Reminded me that I have a choice.
Yeah. Because he said, like, you know, do you really have to do this?
After that, he got off the phone with him. You didn't jump, right?
No.
Okay. There was a second call an hour later.
Yes.
And he testified that he was at his Ari's parents' house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that call, did he tell you what he told to Ari's parents?
Yes.
What did he tell you that he told Ari's parents?
He said, well, yeah, he said, I told them that you tried to kill Ari.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was like, why would you say that? And then
you didn't mean that in the first call?
Right.
Okay, so you're telling him why
and I didn't, at that point I was like so confused at why he would say that.
Okay. And then what did you say to him after that?
Then I said, I gotta go. I gotta get off the phone.
And did you say to him, because you were going to kill yourself again?
Yes.
Did you say to him?
I said, I never mind. I got to think about this. I'm probably going to kill myself.
Okay. Did you say something to him about, I got to go so the police won't find me?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that? Why were you trying to avoid the police?
I didn't want my choice of killing myself taken away at that time until I had made the decision to either do it or not.
Okay. While you were still deciding if you were going to kill yourself, you didn't want to be seized by the police.
That's correct.
Because once they seize you, you wouldn't be able to kill yourself.
Yes.
Okay. After the second call, what did you do?
I just stayed on the mountain, kind of in the same general area.
Okay. Were you actively moving around, dodging the investigators?
Not really. I moved around a few times, but I mostly just sat and actually like was in and out of sleep most of the day. If like my recollection was that like a couple of hours had passed, and then I realized what time it was,
Okay.
and it was getting.
Let me ask you this.
Getting
There's
dark.
been some talk about Ariel's bag. Did you initially have the bag?
I did.
What'd you do? What happened to the bag?
I honestly don't remember where I left. I must have left it at some point on the mountain
As you were
during that time.
during that time. Okay. Now, your bag that you had with you.
Yes.
What did you use that bag for?
It's a little crossbody Patagonia bag, and it's the bag that I take to work, to and from work and home every day.
Okay. You mentioned walking to work. Do you walk to work?
Not every day, but often, yes.
And when you do walk to work, you bring that bag.
When I walk to work and when I don't walk to work too. So this is the bag that I take into the hospital with me, and it has like my water bottle for the day, my sunglasses, snacks, paperwork for work.
Okay. You mentioned you need paperwork and sometimes pens.
And yeah.
Did
Not
you,
sometimes pen, always a pen. I that's like the one thing I have to leave in my house with, because I'm writing all day long, recording all the cases that I do.
Did you end up taking a SIM card out of your phone?
I did.
How did you remove it?
With a paper clip.
Now, you end up, you said it seemed like a couple of hours, but obviously it was longer than that.
Yes.
Right? At some point, do you come down off the mountain?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that? Tell the jury why you did that.
I decided I wasn't going to kill myself, and then I realized that it was going to be dark soon, and so I decided to turn myself in.
Okay. And so you actually came off the mountain when the sun was still out? I mean,
Yes.
well, when it was still lit?
It was still lit. Yeah, it was still light outside.
And that was to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Because if you didn't want to be caught, what would you have done?
Kept hiding until dark, and
Okay. So you come down, and there was talk about you walking, down the road when the 3 officers got there.
yes.
And were you trying to flee from them?
No.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. What happens when they pull up to you?
So I was walking down the road, and I was on in the little grassy area between the road and the
The one that was on the photograph,
bushes.
that when it was like that little
Yeah.
grassy area.
And I heard a car behind me, and I looked, and it was like a minivan, and I just thought it's like tourists coming back from the Poly, and I was like, wow, I can't believe there's still tourists at the Poly. And so I just looked at it briefly, and then kept walking, but then the car stopped kind of opposite me.
Okay. What happened?
And I saw these 2 huge guys jump out of it, and they're both dressed the same, and I could see a police badge on the one.
Let me
that's
stop you there. So
closer
you knew
to
they
me.
were police.
Yeah, immediately.
Okay. And so what happens next?
They yell, "Please get down on the ground."
What'd you do?
I lay down on the ground, like
Now, what did they do?
on the grass, in the grassy area.
What did they do?
They ran over to me and held me down and struck me several times
Okay.
and handcuffed me.
Okay. Did you fall on your face with the officer falling on you in that transaction or interaction?
No officer fell on me at all during the entire thing, and I did not fall on my face.
Did they hit or punch you in the face?
No.
But they did, as they testify, strike you a couple of times.
Yes.
In where?
And my ribs and like my upper legs, like thighs.
Okay. So after this moment, now you're arrested. Did you have injuries from that whole day?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about the injury to the side of your face.
Yes.
What other injuries did you have after you were arrested?
Just my ribs.
Okay. Did you have any bite marks on your arm?
No.
Did you have any scratch marks on your face or body?
No.
An HPD photographed your injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some additional questions, and we're getting close to the end of my examination, Gerhard. I know it's been a long day. Your work bag on Maui. Well, let me ask you this before I go there. The bag that you had on,
Yes.
on the hike, Did you see the big blood stain on the back of your shirt?
Yes,
What was that from?
it's from the bag
Okay,
that I was.
explain that.
So during the scuffle, my bag, I was holding both bags. I put both bags down to take the selfie, and I had both bags again.
Why did you have her bag?
Because she had given it to me when she was climbing up on
Okay.
the tree. And then
The scuffle happened.
the scuffle happened, and my bag both bags, went flying basically, but my bag must have been right by her head, because after she left, when I picked my bag up, there was a bunch of blood on the
Okay.
back of it.
And then you put the bag on your back, and that's
Yes.
how the blood got on your shirt.
Yes.
Now, your work bag. You're an anesthesiologist, correct?
Yes,
And you that work bag was always on Maui, is that right?
that's correct.
Do you work in more than one location?
Yes.
And why did you have medications and syringes in that bag?
That's the bag that I use in the operating room every day. And I have medications in it that I use for work. Most of the medications that are in there are used for emergencies when I'm on call.
Okay, let me ask you about that. When you're on call, do you sometimes you're at home and you have to rush in to a different, is it always the same location?
Yeah, so when we're on call, we're always on call for the hospital. So
Okay.
I work at several locations, but all of the call shifts are for the hospital, really close to my house. And so I can take call from home. Oftentimes I'm in scrubs already, and I have this work bag either right by the door or in the car. That way I can respond directly to either the emergency room or to labor and delivery or to the operating room without having to go to my locker.
Could we please publish State's Exhibit 94? Your Honor, I believe it's in evidence. One second while you double check.
I believe it is as well.
Okay.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, so this was in a bag. Just a couple of things. So like, what is this? What is this?
Those are bags of saline. The one on the left is still sealed, and the one on the right has medication in it.
Okay, and this is a stethoscope. Is that right?
Yes.
What is this thing up here? This and that.
Oral airways for emergencies and elective surgery.
These are all stuff that you had at home regularly when you were either on call or depending on where you were going to work.
Yeah, this is everything that's usually in my bag, and it's everything that I would need to respond to different emergencies.
Okay. Could we please also publish State's Exhibit 103? That's also in evidence. Okay. This was also in your bag, according to them. Is that your work ID?
Yes.
Okay. The last shift you had before this trip, we can take that down. Where had you been working?
At the hospital.
Okay. Do you remember in what unit?
Labor and delivery.
So after that shift, would it be normal for you to have that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I keep the bag with me for the entire shift. It's a 24-hour shift. I start at 7 a.m. and I keep going until 7 a.m. the next day. And so when my shift ends, unless I'm actively at the hospital taking care of something there, I'm at home when my shift ends. And so I was at home when my shift ended that day, and that's why I had the bag with me.
Oh, you're at home because you're on call.
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to this trip to Oahu, did Ariel know about this bag and the fact you had medication syringes in it?
Absolutely. I've had it at home often.
Okay. Now, just a few last questions, Gerhard. You testified that you reacted to defend yourself when she hit you with the rock, and it's all happening fast, and she has your testicles, you grab and you hit her, and it was all happening fast. So you were defending yourself in that moment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stop as soon as she stopped?
Yes.
Okay. But you also said you felt horrible about it.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how those things can coexist?
It's I believe in the right to self-defense, right? But I mean, in the moment, it was kind of an impulse. It wasn't like a conscious, like, I'm going to analyze this from like a, legal perspective. It was, but yet, the result of it was harm to my wife.
How do you feel about that? That she's got hurt?
Horrible.
You've learned that she is filing for divorce and seeking full custody of your children, yes?
Yes.
Do you want joint custody?
Yes. More than any. That's.
Okay. And there's been testimony that you've been in custody, yes?
Yes.
Have you been able to speak with your 2 young boys from jail?
No.
Gerhard, did you have a plan to kill your wife on the mountain that day?
No.
Did you try to throw her off a cliff?
No.
Did you try to stab her with syringes?
No.
When you hit her with the rock twice, why did you do it?
In self-defense.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Barnard, can we take a cross-examination tomorrow morning? Can we approach? Yeah. I have a fairly lengthy calendar in the morning, so instead of 9 o'clock, I'm gonna have you come back at 10. Start up at 10 o'clock. I'm gonna ask you to plan to be here for the full day tomorrow. I think we all sense that we're getting close to the end of the presentation of evidence, but I don't know how long it's gonna be. So plan on being here for the full day tomorrow. What I anticipate is that the jury will get the case for deliberation sometime early or mid next week. So we're actually ahead of schedule. So I think that's what we're looking at in terms of scheduling. We'll get a better idea midday or end of tomorrow, but I'll plan on being here all day tomorrow. Okay. Don't try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. Keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Okay? Again, follow those rules. Don't watch any of the media in this case. So leave your notebooks on the chair. Have a safe drive home tonight. See you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All rise.
Nah, Drunky, I don't think the prosecutor is limited. He probably knows that he probably not going to use a full day.
No, not on the record. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for the day.
Off record, you said 10 o'clock?
Yeah, if you guys can come up, let's talk about scheduling real quick.
The judge probably like this some bull. Look at him, snotty nose. I'm surprised that they admitted that he'd been in custody all this time. That was interesting. Probably gonna go back there like, did I do good? Did I do good? How did I do, guys? On a scale of 1 to 10. He did a 1. A 10 out of 10. His parents didn't really believe him either. I mean, my guy, he couldn't do shit right. Damn. He couldn't redrum her right, and he couldn't redrum himself right. Oh my goodness. Like, you talk about a
Can
double
you
dip.
describe for us what you and the defendant were doing as you started to head back down the trail?
Sure, we were just walking and talking, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not as much fun as I used to be since having kids, I guess." But yeah, I'm just not enjoying this today. We were walking down, and there's this big tree, and I was like, "Oh, I'll climb the tree. You can take my picture up there." And so we did that.
Okay.
So she was good.
Who took the
Good after having kids? Okay, that's normal. Nothing wrong with that. But Derek said never zero. No, Susie, no, that was just the next thing up in my feed. No, it just happened to come on this part where she was talking about them coming down that height. So over it. So over it with him. Oh boy. You say he turns around and chats with his parents? Yeah, he better chat with them. I knew it was gonna be a word versus word, and he was gonna be saying that he was protecting himself, and she didn't grab. He talked about she grabbed his little balls, the little blue things, the blue balls. She didn't grab the balls and squeeze them tight. I mean, yeah, that probably be enough for a man to hit a woman with a rock, right? For all my men out there, that's enough for y'all to hit her with a rock. Okay, Bart. I said on scale 1 to 10. Oh, how did you do today? Oh, yeah, you definitely was a 10 out of 10, Susie Q. I don't know what he was. See you later, Bart. You say he was pathetic. Hey. And he faced him Ill Wop. You're goofy. Better stop being a goofy. That's all I could tell him. Well, I guess that brings us to the end of our day. We didn't have a pretty long day. We got to be back in court at 8:30 in the morning, guys. Y'all know for our other trial. So y'all know how that's going to go. I don't know. A pretty brown girl had put it in for us earlier in regards to what he's charged with. I can't remember. I have to find out, Susie, and I can let you know. Okay, real happy say yes. Attempted M2. Talk about he want custody. Now, if that ain't a joke, I don't know what else. That sounds like a joke. That ain't happening. I don't think. I don't know. SD, I'll find out what we have when I'll see. I don't know if I can even get to their court records. I have to see, but I'll see what I can find. I'll ask Daddy Google. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll ask Daddy Google and see what that's about. Yeah, so we'll be make sure y'all have y'all notification bell on for y'all alert for tomorrow morning. For those that are watching the ambush police murder trial, we are in day 3 of that trial, and boy, oh boy, oh boy, I don't know. I don't know if they didn't show any real direct evidence in that case or not. This case right here will be back in there at 12 o'clock tomorrow. We probably won't gain any TiVo time in this case tomorrow, guys, only because I want to catch the closing arguments and everything in real live action. So, and his cross-examination in real live action. So we'll split the cases in regards to the way we watching them. Okay. So we'll do a little split. 4 here, half there, 4 here, 4 here. You know, make it interesting. Keep y'all alert and woke. Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and put on our outro song, and I will see you guys in the morning. Shout out to the mods, shout out to all the new subs. Thanks for the new members, right? And for everybody that found us. And if you replay, go ahead and put something in the chat, because I look at all of them. I try to respond to them when they give it to me. Sometimes they give it to me and sometimes they don't. But if I get an alert, I definitely try to get in there and respond to you guys to keep us at least in the rhythm of the night. Because that's what helps the chat and the channel grow, is us commenting and responding to each other like the community that we are. So, you know, nothing works without the chat. So I definitely appreciate all of you guys more than you know. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Here's our outro, guys.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, is always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marital from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea
courtroom fog. In Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Just sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.